Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels. As we await the first submissions that will come in today, let's do a quick platforming warm-up with the latest level by Bracky, a fairly well-known platform level designer. This is Cool Cave, with an advisory that if you read this, have a nice day. I suppose we will. I have to spoil that beautiful round number of 1,400 footprints on this, but we will hopefully make it worth our while. On-off switches everywhere. Yeah, that's going to be a spin jump, obviously. Going to have to go fairly low on that spin jump to get under the icicle. Spin jump, as I was saying. No opportunity to do a second landing after that. Just have to go fairly quickly. But that is why we do a warm-up. Whoops. Just to get some muscle memory back. Haven't really been playing Maker 2 all week, after having played mostly Maker 1 in the midweek streams. Luca, welcome. Thank you for the first submission. I did see that you have something new for me today. Looking forward to it. Had to go really quickly and just do a short bounce over to Spike Top. And yeah, we will hopefully not crash out of the stream like we did the previous day when I had a number of technical errors that got in the way just as we were wrapping up that wonderful cape level in Maker 1. Have to go really quickly here. But as usual, once we've gotten rolling here, do let me know if on the technical side the stream is looking and sounding fine. And we'll try not to take a 10-minute break to fix it. Yes, you have to wait a little bit, obviously, and then get onto the snake block for the coin, and then get on top of the piranha plant. Just have to warm up my ability to read here as we get going for the first time in a few days. No, the piranha, of course, just continues to go down. So we actually need to hit the on-off switch and then go left down to the coin and then continue from there. That's actually fairly obvious. Here I can take a little bit of time if I miss. Here, I need to just, in general, go fast enough to get on top of the piranha plant. Quickly enough to hit the on switch. That's all there is there. Yeah, missed. But that is the correct timing, just not quite right on the spacing, so. Most problems here seem to be solvable by just going faster. Not really a level that's going to tell you to hang back and wait at any point. Or so it seems. Whoops, no, spin. 2 pink coins in this one, so that's a 1 out of 2. And so we'll see what that's all about. Might just be 2 coins in this segment for all we know, but not clear to me yet if that's going to be a hard requirement here. I really need to hang back on that spin or just go faster. But as you can see, I am hitting the ceiling after the piranha. I'm just hitting it a little too far to the right. Muscle memory is not serving me well here. I keep thinking I'll jump and then spin when I obviously need to spin right on this first jump. Okay, let's get on top of this guy quickly. That's sort of interesting. I wonder if that's just a requirement to land precisely. Because I'm thinking about that element there and wondering what I could possibly do to get that coin safely if the snake block is going to take so long to get into that location. It may just be a precision check. Actually, that was correct that time. I did land safely. I just kind of overshot and went to the muncher. Luca, I can give you the code for this afterwards if you're curious. This is my Bracky. Whoops. Well, so much for that. I guess technically jumping back on that platform is an SD lock, but the most obvious kind of death in the world, so maybe not a gigantic problem. Yeah, you do need a secondary bounce on the piranha as you're going down if you want to go for the coin. You can't go directly, but you do have enough time to get a second bounce while you're waiting for the snake block to come up. That's the solution. You do need to jump on that directly so you can up throw immediately. Chili Steak, welcome. Thank you for this mission. Hoping to get to you soon. And thank you for the follow. Nope, still bad jump there. Needed to go just a little bit faster to catch that Koopa. Yeah, it needs to be an immediate hit there. Come on. There we go. I hope I didn't still... I did need that shell. Okay. That's how you know you need the shell. I up throw it and I have to catch it on the way over. And welcome in from Canada, Chili Steak. That's... First of all, where you would definitely find a chili steak, and secondly, also where I am from. Although it's a rather large country, and I could be anywhere. Whoops. Hope you're staying warm. Not hemmed in by too many urban blockades. Oops. Ah, greetings from Saskatchewan. That's where the pirates are. Nope, don't want to jump there. That was a mistake. I was just trying to release very inaccurately. So I do need to catch the shell on my way over. I don't see how I'm actually going to do it because the positioning of that shell is not at all where I want it to be. Like, I wasn't even close to being able to catch it on the way back there, so... oh, that was a double hit. That was unexpected. No, I just jumped directly. Okay, I see. I don't do an up throw there. I just hit the on-off switch by bopping the shell myself. That's actually rather obvious in retrospect. Exactly, steel and wheat and barley and all the other grains. That's something that I just expected you would know locally, so... yeah, so I have plenty of room here to just jump directly to the on-off switch. I should remember that instead of trying to go in for an up throw, since I do need to keep the shell. Whoops. Not quite what I... Okay, no, that would have done it. I just hesitated a bit on that landing there. Judging by the record, this is about a 20-second level. We're fairly close to the end. Not much room for flexibility when it comes to how quickly you take it. I believe it might just even be a single segment level, judging by the count of 2 coins. Okay, there we go. Much better. Whoops. We jump over, we fire the shell, and then I drop into something, which I don't know about just yet. Alright, up we go. There we are. Much better. I guess I had to bounce on the shell. I expected that would happen, I just didn't know where I would be able to hit the shell on the way down, and so you can see I did go quite a bit too low. That's okay, at least some of the reading errors are out of the way. Maybe if I go closer. Yeah, a little bit closer, like, or maybe stand in the middle, I don't know. Because now I'm hitting it a little too far to the left when it is too high up to get me under that ceiling. Just need to make a minor adjustment there and we should have it. Now it's feeling smooth. Okay. Nope, didn't get the high bounce. This is Bracky, Luca. I don't know if you have Bracky's code. He's a very popular platforming and sometimes Kaizo maker, I think. Very popular among the makers who are kind of in the same style as people like Bufflin. I used to play a lot of his stuff, like way back in 2020 or so, but I haven't seen him around very actively lately, probably just because we're not on around the same hours. Bracky was also in 4YM. But I remember being well aware of his platforming levels well before that. Okay. Up we go. And let's fix up some of the easy stuff here. And I was not having trouble with that icicle earlier. I wonder why I'm ramming into it so often now, but we'll fix that. There we go. Come on, there we go. Much better. Okay, let's get the high bounce this time. Without jumping. I need to hold the jump button after the switch hits. Of course. Real Starlight, welcome. Thank you for the submission. Now let's get back up here. And yeah, just a matter of muscle memory on that guy. And just a matter of height on this guy. Now that's interesting, this on-off switch here. I think if I hit the on-off switch, I'm supposed to bounce on a bullet, bounce back up to the on-off switch, and then get through the door. That seems to be the thing to do, and as you can see, the coins are going to be required. Once again, judging by the speed record on this, which is about 20 seconds, that should be the end of the level. So yeah, a couple of things here that the level does implicitly want you to understand, one of which is that the coins are going to be required for the key door at the end. Okay, here we are. Yeah, I was not really in a good position landing on the platform after the on-off switch, and so the adjustment time there threw me off when it came to getting on top of the spike top afterwards. Whoops. XGM, welcome back. Level 329 already, hope you're doing well. Seems like you being productive. Getting more Koopas killed day by day. There we go. Let's wait for the next bullet. We could have done that in the first cycle, but I would rather take these mushrooms for endless. And a Cape and a Yoshi, you know, for that Miiverse screenshot at the very end. Oh, sure, let's try to get to the top of the goal. And yeah, fun one to start today. Let's get right into the queue. And Luca, as I said, I will give you the code for this one. I took about double the time of the world record, which tells you just how suboptimal the jumps were. But there might have been a few elements that were skippable as well. I wasn't really looking at that too closely, though. Also, I took a lot of time at the very end in the goal room, I suppose. You think you follow Bracky? Okay. I will punch this in chat anyway for people who are curious about what we just saw. And then we will put in Luca's level. Matt DeMaker, welcome. Thank you for the submission. And okay, let's go 3-0 G. Well, I suppose it will have to be this one, 4Y Celeste. Yeah, I suppose it did come out in January 2018. I remember that very accurately, in fact, because Celeste was the thing that kind of tore me away from Xenoblade 2 for a while. Xenoblade 2 was taking me forever and ever. And it was nice to just slot a smaller scale game in as a bit of a change up from that. Anyway, sacrifice a sacred duck to ascend the voracious Cremerest mountain. And I see that, naturally, Bang Bang 69 has done so. Let's take a look. That's a high clear rate on this one. I wonder how much of it is because we'll be resetting safely out of things that give me trouble. Okay, so a lot of back and forth. Let's just do it. A lot of back and forth, in fact. It'll be using the SMB2 mushroom to pick something up, won't it? Oh, I see. It bumps you like this. Interesting. This is not a mechanic I've seen. That's very unique. Whoa. Now, does this actually require SMB2? Or... like, it's not something that's an interaction with you on top of an object, so... hang on. Try to build momentum here. I am supposed to get up into that top slot. Not quite. Now, directionally, should I be kind of aiming to jump here? Or just following the slide? Because I am trying to go top, and maybe I'm just a little bit off here. Nope. There is a moment when I'm supposed to jump, which I had assumed would be from the edge, but it doesn't look like I'm building quite enough momentum to do so. Yeah, so the snowball gives me an initial launch, but then do I have... Oh, it's a duck jump. Yeah. It's not building up the charge before I get bumped. That's the issue. I get it. Yeah. No, I hadn't seen that simply because I was getting bumped every time before the charge would actually build up, and... Whoops. Okay, there we go. I just need to aim it properly now instead of going on it down diagonal. Hang on. Let's see. Let's charge up first. Charging up first is not going to work for obvious reasons because the first jump input after that will cause issues, so... There we are. Oh, very nice. The way you just slide into that. Okay, I understand it now. Bump this guy. And then let's try to get a charge. So you don't want to get into that slot until the snowball comes out. And then... I was supposed to go up there, but that's okay because we have a coin. Which is not really going to help me at all, except... Oh, except I need to go off to the side, I suppose. Let's just bump. Go like this. There we are. So now that we've toggled the switch, let's see where to go. Yeah, so we don't want to jump in until the snowball fires, then we go. Whoops. Oops, not quite. Missing the jump. Quality humor, welcome. Hang on. Position, and then there we go. And then, oops, missed a jump. And we have failed to get over it. Yeah, so it's all about kind of holding it down diagonal in the correct direction when you do go off the edge, I think. I believe that's necessary. Otherwise you don't quite go far enough. But you see it's going to be a long playthrough. It could be. Actually, no, you don't need a diagonal at all. You just need to jump. That's an important thing to know. Oh, no, there it looks like you do. Except I didn't quite go off the edge, so... Oh, whoops, same spot. Yeah, some of the movements are definitely flowing quite well into each other as I get accustomed to the mechanic. Just a matter of consistency and reaction time, which I'm not always getting, but it's quite a nice timing there on the icicle respawn, in fact. This did not look good. Oh, this was so close, too. So close to the end. And we got it. Okay, good, good. Luckily, the last segment there was slightly lenient. This looks symmetrical except for the on-off switch, so we'll start on this side, and there will be some back and forth, I'm sure. Whoops. Zola King, welcome. Looking forward to the test. Whoops. Reaction time once again. Wonder if I should check this door. I don't know what I would want to reset. Unless this is just a... Well, it's a face. But I guess it's telling me about something at the end of some other segment that I haven't seen yet, so we'll... Oh, it's a reset point to take you back to the start quickly if you fail on that one-way panel. I see. Okay, I understand that. Okay. Whoops. No, no, the other way. The other way. Whoops. Yeah, you need enough momentum to get through the conveyor belt in the opposing direction. That's why you do have to get that working right off the start. Whoops. We're likely going to time out on this attempt. I also skipped a coin. Okay. Didn't realize that. Guess this won't be a total completionist run after all. Anyway, likely taking the time out here, but let's practice. Oh, and that's why you get a reset if you missed a jump at the very end with 3 seconds to go. It would have been interesting if we had a chance there to barely make it to the next checkpoint by timeout, but perhaps not. Okay, let's go back and let's try it again. Whoops. And up we go. Nope, too soon. We have to be pretty close to hugging that wall, in fact, for the high jump to activate. Oh. High jump was kind of going in a backwards direction there, probably from reverse momentum off that conveyor belt. So let's correct for that. Hang on here. Yeah, so eventually you will have an on-off switch activation followed by coming back here and then reversing up the snowball that's going to come up from the right side. So you do this bit here in the opposite direction. Oh, no, no, no. That's only if you fall back down, I see, after the first on-off activation. So we did not see that part earlier. Yeah, because you hit the on-off here, and then that just braces for failure if you come back here with the on-off already activated. So you go through the door, you reset it, but then you get a bit of a shortcut by starting on this side. Yeah, nice little pseudo checkpoint in a way, in terms of preserving state to get the player back into the action. Whoops. And Glitch, welcome. Oh, there's the other coin, but you told me not to worry about them, so let's not. Until, of course, we hit another reset. Don't tell me I have to go all the way back down. I feel like I might. Oh, that's okay, we'll grab the 1-up mushroom. and totally miss all of the opportunities to continue. Yeah, there were opportunities to jump off that icicle and salvage that in a middle position, and I totally failed to do that. So. Oh, yeah, we could have also just rethought the door. Alright. Glitch, you're saying you revised the level, but it was cheesed again, so you had to do another fix. I see. Yeah, I saw Street Rat playing a bit of it yesterday, I think. But I didn't really look at it closely enough to see what the version changes were in terms of what lock you were fixing. Nope. Not enough momentum. Back down we go. Lantis, welcome. I played the beta version. Yeah, I remember you telling me that I was basically doing a concept test. Come on, let's try this again. And hey, looks like we could have continued past that pipe, in fact. I want to check this. Oh, okay. It just shows you the on-off switch. That is just a state reset, I think. Anyway, we missed so many coins here. And I only even saw maybe 2 of them that I had neglected. Well, let's see here. Now that's interesting. So now what do we do? Okay. Oh no. Now we can get to the reply. Come on. Okay. Nowhere close to the true ending. Which I suppose is just going through the key door, seeing a room and then popping back out. Judged by how that ending was set up, but thank you so much, Luca, for Duck Dash Jump. And we even raised the clear rate, imagine that. I don't believe there are any subs currently, so let's just go straight down the list. Do Chili Steak. Chili Steak, please check in if you are still here. I believe you are. Meanwhile, I'll read Glitch's message. Glitch says, you're having trouble with a setup that you don't know how to do. An on-off that kills the player by covering the screen in enemies or something. Yeah, we might have to take a look at that. But first of all, let's do Chili Steak and everybody else who is on the list. Okay, Little Link Puzzle, a simple puzzle. Enjoy, friends. Luca, if you resubmit, I'll try the true ending. I don't know how close I'll come to getting it. I was looking at some of the coins earlier, and I was thinking that I just didn't know how I would approach them. But of course, I hadn't looked at that very carefully. Let's disable some of this fire. I don't really need it. I actually kind of wonder what we would want this tower for, other than popping more plants. Possibly we'll eventually get on top of the dry bones, but We can also scout ahead and see the level. There's a key over here. Oh, that's interesting. Gives you a key right there. And a flagpole would clear condition after you kill the 7 dry bones, which we should have read at the beginning, but... Well, that was interesting that we just understood the key right away. Almost. By accident, so... It shouldn't be too difficult from here to figure this out. Is it an all 7 dry bones condition? Yes, it is. So there are only 7 in total. We need to not lock ourselves by bombing these platforms, because that would lose access to the dry bones. Okay, I think we basically understood how to do this. As long as we know how to reach these guys. That looks like it might be potentially a bomb throw up top. And, oh hey, we actually got both in one explosion, which is very neat. Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily a puzzle per se. It is a neat little clear condition challenge. So long as you understand that, you know, popping all of the piranha plants is going to be just a bit of a random hunt, but... Yeah, the only thing is that there are some things that could potentially lock yourself out of completing this. The main thing being that you can bomb your way out of the blocks that you spawn above the pipe. But thanks for that. And let's move on. Real Starlight, if you are still here, please check in. And we'll just give you a moment. I think the Real Starlight might have just dumped a code and dropped, so if that's the case, we will go on to next GM. Because I do not see them on the chat list, although sometimes that can be inaccurate. Okay, next GM, if you would like to check in. I think you're almost certainly still hanging out. This one is a hard one, okay. Yeah, I know you'd been stretching out into some stuff that is getting into a slightly more difficult range recently. Even Gorilla, welcome. Let's take a look at Frozen Fracas 0.42. Icicle platforming and mole jumping are in your future. Looks like it might be lengthy too, with a 1 minute 35 world record. So let's see how we do. Whoops. Yeah, on the ice, on the mole. And then we'll see what happens. Yeah, so controlled jump on a second one. I knew that. Kind of had to adapt to seeing where the camera was taking me, but we'll keep the shell until we need it. And I'll need to clean up that jump a little bit, probably hold jump into that so we don't lose so much momentum. Kind of a poor series of adjustments there, but... You believe it's a minute level in terms of your own clear checking? Yeah. I can imagine that. But we'll see how we do. We had a fair bit of headway on that previous attempt. But... need to clean up a few things on the way. And just be extra careful about our jump height in certain places. Yeah, right now the main thing is holding jump into the up throw. That's a kind of Kaizo standard expectation in terms of control that I nevertheless have trouble with much of the time. Whoops, lost too much momentum. You do need forward momentum here to really get the jumps down. So we'll just try to control each of those accurately. Yeah, that's just going to be a straight up short bounce. The reading is not really the issue here, it's just purely jump control. And as you can see, because I'm doing too much of a jump there, given the ice momentum, I'm pulling back a bit, but pulling back a bit there gets me into trouble with the next jump immediately after that. So. And yeah, that, once again, need to go full on into that. Given the spacing of the on-off switches there, that marker is actually pretty flexible. I don't need to be right on the marker. It's probably easier if I go a little beyond it. But I might be wrong about that. We'll have to go back and play around with that some more to see if my instincts are correct here. 2 controlled jumps here, just need to let up a little more crisply, and then we should be able to get that. Yeah, a lot of this is adjusting the ice. Sometimes as the icicles come down, they could actually potentially help you. But let's not play around with that too much. Help you in a sense of giving you a little bit more headroom to work with, instead of being constantly stuffed against the ceiling. But it's easier to control everything if you just read it as is, and get off the icicles right away, so just a bit of a trade-off there. Whoops, no. Once again, it's a lot of the simple jumps that are requiring the most adjustment. And then eventually, yeah, we've made it pretty far in this segment so far. So I'm not too concerned. Actually, it makes me kind of wonder where that 0.42 clear rate is coming from, because so far, it's pretty manageable stuff. But we've only seen so much of it. FXR Ishigo, welcome. Put some dashes into code, please. And the bot will read it accurately. Whoops, that was accidental. Now, one thing I'm looking at next GM is whether it's possible to just land on top of that column of red blocks without hitting the switch. Whoops, I'm not going to try it, but it looks like it's possible. It would obviously just be an SD lock if you do that. And it's obviously not correct, so it's not a huge issue, but it does make me wonder, because it does look like it's a pretty landable location, doesn't it? Whoops. Yeah, too many little adjustments here. Anyway, FXR Ichigo, thank you for your contribution. Still overshooting that second bounce. Need to pull back a little bit on that one. Yeah, Luca, maybe I should start referring to the underscore as the duck dash. Okay, that's just a matter of aiming a little more accurately, I think. In fact, if you just hop around those icicles a little bit, you can just drop them selectively, and you might be able to get past that segment that way. So it's meant to be something you go quickly through, but there actually is a valid slow method through that element, I think. And yeah, next GM, it's true that I don't consider it a spin jump nearly as often as I should. Probably just as a matter of comfort, but... yeah, because you do need to pull back a little bit or let up for that second mole bounce, and then adjust immediately afterwards. I can see that catching a lot of people off guard because they're already mentally planning for the next controlled jump after that. Where, you know, you see the coins ahead of you and you think, okay, I need to build up towards that jump coming very soon. And as you can see, we shortened that just a little bit too much. Way too short in that one. Oops. Wonder why I've been letting go accidentally. That's just a purely mechanical error on my part. We didn't really need to spin through that one. We just need to reconsider that pattern in general, in fact, just based on how the icicle is going to fall and how quickly. Once I figure that out, it should be something I am able to do fairly reliably. Nope, too much height there. Yeah, that kind of height on that controlled jump requires a fair bit of finesse. Not a lot of headroom to work with. Whoops. I probably am able to sneak in under that second icicle before it drops. I don't really get that close to it too soon. But again, that segment is going to take a little bit of practice to work out accurately. And I should strongly consider taking it slowly. But we'll get back there and we'll see. Oh. Yeah, if I just kind of get close to some of the icicles and drop a few at a time, that might work. Oh, whoops. And to Fuscus, if I've pronounced that accurately, welcome. And the queue is wide open right now. Yeah, I can actually jump back to the left, and that's fine. I lower the second set of icicles to the right and jump back to the left. It's a slow way of doing it, but it should be fairly safe. I just needed to scout that pattern a bit. Yeah, feels great, in fact. I shortened that jump just a little bit too much due to the height there. But I am liking how that's going. Whoops. I suppose there is only one Zola King. Last time I checked, anyway. I can't really verify that for myself. Okay, there we go. No, I wanted to pull back on that jump. I just had a little bit too much momentum from the ice. The username was sniped from you on so many sites, so there is an imposter who has claimed the throne of Dazala Clearly, you have to fight them for it. Whoops. Okay. Here. Yeah, bit dangerous, but it works. Nope, too high a bounce. And then you have some single-spaced moles directly afterwards, so we need to account for that. Although it looks like one of those moles might just be skippable. If you didn't want to do that as a series of short bounces. Let's not mess with that too much, though. Nope, shortened that one a little too much. There's an imposter afoot? Yeah, there usually is. Okay, let's do it this way. Now that icicle is a little bit threatening. It does mean that you have to do a short bounce on top of that to pick up the shell and then up throw, and then I didn't really get a chance to see what my landing is after that, but I'm sure we'll get it soon. Oops, I shortened that a little too soon. You do like the way I've solved a small ice jump? Yeah, I can see that that's probably not the smoothest way to do it, but I like that it's become a reliable method, because as soon as I saw the icicle drop timing on the right side of that, I thought, that's probably something exploitable, since you give me so many icicles to work with. I should be able to leave enough alive at all times. I actually like having flexible segments like that. Often a lot of Kaizo-style levels don't really give you that amount of freedom when it comes to strategy. And I tend to be someone who appreciates a little bit of freedom in some levels to come up with my own creative solutions to things, because that makes up for poor technique. Like, there are levels that I'm able to beat despite not having the best technique, because I'm able to solve the interactions in some other way without it feeling like cheese. It still feels like it's playing platforming in a very fair and well-designed way. Like, it doesn't look like I'm cheating anything, but anyway. Whoops. Chat made a level for you and it's uncleared so far. I see. I don't know if you put in any particular requirements on that. Like if you challenged your chat to do something specific for you. Yeah, so I see what's going on there now. I took too high a bounce off of that one, but I do need at least a bit of a medium bounce just to stall my momentum a bit and pull back. But then I need to land into the pit on the right side, and then you repeat that kind of shell interaction with the mole. Where it's going to be another shell pickup and up throw directly after that, so... I understand it now. I'm pretty sure. Okay. You think it went great? No hidden block, no pick a pass, and not too hard? Yeah. That's already a decent result if chat is trying to make you something interesting rather than just, you know, trolling you all day. Always helps to have a community that has a very cooperative mindset when it comes to level design. Next GM, you believe after the up throws is checkpoint. Okay. Yeah, things feel pretty manageable to me so far. Okay, up we go. Nope, need to control that jump. For those who are new to my queue, you should probably know that I don't really set a strict time limit per level. It usually depends on whether I feel like I'm progressing and, of course, whether I'm having fun. But if it's a level that is sort of within my ability in which I'm actually progressing through, even if it's slowly, I might spend a fair bit of time on it. However, everybody who is able to stay for their level and gets in before I close the queue will get played. I'm almost always able to hold up that guarantee. It might be a long wait, but I do get to people eventually. I try not to cut off with people still dangling. And so we'll have some long levels, some short ones, and usually it'll come out to something manageable at the end. Sometimes it totally doesn't come out to something manageable, but we deal with that. That just means I do an extra long stream. 1K man, welcome. Okay, starting to get the hang of this. Some of the controlled jumps early on are beginning to turn into good habits most of the time. Not all of the time, but often enough that I think we can make this level work. Oops. But yeah, certainly I'll at least make it to checkpoint on this level, I think. I should be able to do that, and we'll see how manageable the next segment looks, but it's been some pretty solid platforming on this level so far, so I think it looks manageable if the difficulty is similar in the second half to what we have here. And yeah, next GM, submit whatever you think is appropriate and what you would like to see. Whoops. It does help that some levels later in the queue, if you're submitting multiples, it's better for the later ones to be shorter, because by then I'm usually kind of clearing over, I don't know, some long period of time at the end of the stream. Whoops. Yeah, not pulling back hard enough on that. It's going to be up throw, and then something else. Probably an exit pipe. Played enough next GM levels by now to kind of expect something like a sideways pipe at the end. Since you tend to use that as the transition quite often, but we'll see. Might be something else, given the Kaizo format here. 1K-Man, you haven't checked Maker 2 in a while? Yeah, people come and go in Maker 2. That's very expected. The nice thing about playing this game as regularly as I do is that you get to see that a lot of makers are remaining pretty consistent and turning out interesting stuff, even in periods when it looks like activity in the game is kind of sagging. That there is constantly great content and a lot of new ideas that get brought into the mix. I've actually been mainly streaming Mario Maker 1 lately, as my regulars know. As a bit of a break, but it's kind of nice to go back to this more mechanics-oriented style in Maker 2 after some time off of it. Nope, I bumped into the wall. I had that down pretty much, I just didn't wait for the wall to deactivate before I dropped to the right. I need to jump higher there in general so I have as much time as possible to drop after the switch deactivates, because bumping into the red state column there was the main issue that I had on the way down. That's just a matter of hugging to the right a little too soon, and likely a little bit too low. Nope. We were playing a traditional Super Mario World hack, and the controls take getting used to after Maker 2. Oh yes, they do. Not even just with the hacks, even with standard Super Mario World. It's a real shock to the system to be playing anything in that game, whether it's Kaizo hacks, traditional hacks, or just the original vanilla game. Because not only are the physics very different, but a lot of the things like the collision rules are not what you would expect either. Yeah, 1K-Man, in terms of the actual jumping arcs, the Mario Maker games kind of use a modified NSMBU, that's true. I actually know a guy who mapped this out when Maker 1 launched and did like graphical comparisons of jump momentum and so on. But there are a lot of things like the collisions and enemy behaviors and such that are kind of like a compromise between multiple styles. Like Mario Maker really is its own beast in a way, and even between Mario Maker 1 and 2, there are some pretty significant differences. I'd say even more significant differences than people are likely to remember if they haven't played Maker 1 in a long time. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's go over here. Yeah, so like I said, next gem we will at least take this to checkpoint. And we'll see how we're doing after that. It would be satisfying to finish this, obviously. I've enjoyed it very much so far. Oops. Afterwards, you do kind of develop a sense of, oops, where this level is taking you. It's interesting, you could theoretically try to shell jump that up to the on-off switch. I don't think you would really be able to descend that safely down to the moles, though. And we're not actually going to do it that way, we're going to do it with an up throw. Like sensible people. Meng, welcome. And yeah, Meng, hopefully I'm not just going to crash out of this stream unexpectedly minutes after you show up like we did last time. But yeah, I should be able to run for a while today, so... Next GM, you never account for shell jumps because you can't do them yet. My hit rate with shell jumps is not great either. Now, in something like a traditional design, you would just need to be aware of certain heights that a shell jump would shortcut, but... As far as cheeses and shortcuts go in levels that are already extremely dynamic, no, I'm not really going to hunt for those intentionally. By any means. Whoops. Reebox Mario Maker 1 absolutely looks crazy. All these things they've added to the game, it's almost like they developed a full sequel. And here, of course, I had to look over to make sure I accurately set my stream category back to Maker 2. Because I've been running so much Maker 1 lately. Oops. It's funny that you say that, Reebox, because other than the nighttime ice theme, pretty much everything here is doable one-to-one in Maker 1. You can have a few camera differences. I guess the icicles. I'd actually forgotten that icicles were new. But I guess they are. Even if they're no longer global ground, like they were for that brief and wonderful time back in 1.0. Icicles are wonderful. They're not as wonderful as they used to be, but they're still wonderful. Oops. Sailed right over that guy. There's so many small new things that you forget weren't in Maker 1. In general, Reebox, I've played so much Mario Maker at this point that a lot of this stuff feels totally second nature, even to the mainline series. After a little while, you just stop registering things that were created for Mario Maker as things that were created for Mario Maker, like the Dry Bones shell, for instance. Like, it feels such a natural part of Mario history at this point. I couldn't really imagine the series without it. And yeah, Zola King, we still have Snake Blocks, even within the Snake Blocks rather tight budget limit. Next GM, the thing that changed with icicles is that they used to be what people call global ground, which is that when you load an object on top of an icicle, it would stay loaded and not despawn no matter how far off the screen you went. Like, once something was on an icicle, it would stay there and it wouldn't cause any spawning issues, which was fantastic for certain kinds of contraptions because the icicles, first of all, didn't obey the standard tighter parts limit budgets, because the icicles kind of belong to a separate category, so you can have tons and tons of icicles and therefore tons and tons of global ground. The second thing was that icicles are only one tile wide, so it's easier to use them to support objects in circumstances where you want to build something where you only want one column to stay alive. That was apparently an oversight, and maybe there was some kind of like memory management issue that Nintendo was trying to forestall. Like, maybe it was possible to bug that out or something just by placing tons of icicles and loading too much stuff. I don't know. They were never transparent about the reason for it, but this was patched out pretty soon after the release of the game. And I had an early level that depended very heavily on icicles being global ground in order for the mechanisms to work. So I'm glad I got that one out of the way because it basically can never be re-uploaded. Whoop. Too late on the up throw. I need to get nice and high on that bounce. Quality humor. When you're up played a level Prison Escape, yeah, you'll have to remind me, but I'll try to keep that in mind. Zola King, I'm pretty sure quality humor is just making some quality humor about the game Snakes and Ladders. Okay, up here. So looking, if you saw a picture of Snakes and Ladders, you probably would know what it is. It's a board game. It's a very old board game. A lot of children are introduced to it. Maybe it's something that's very like regionally specific, and perhaps maybe you haven't encountered it, but I'm sure if you saw a picture of it, you would know exactly what it is. It's kind of like Lode Runner. Although now I guess Lode Runner is old enough that maybe that comparison doesn't help you whatsoever. Lode Runner was actually my first Maker game of any sort. The first one with a level editor that I played. I'm fairly sure. Spent a lot of time just connecting ladders and zip lines and all that stuff. Just so you could bury your enemies alive. Yeah, so next GM, just so you know, I'm spending long enough on this that I probably will just take out a checkpoint. But I've learned it well enough that if you want to resubmit it at some point, then maybe I could get back to checkpoint quickly, if I get to it at all, and complete it properly. And if you want to send me a traditional level instead later in the stream, that's fine too. I'll leave it up to you. But if I don't finish it today, we'll definitely be open to finishing it some other time. Because even the first segment here by itself is already kind of a pretty chunky and rewarding slice of gameplay. But yeah, next GM, I'll definitely try to make it a checkpoint at minimum. So we can accomplish a very specific goal that I just have to accomplish again next time I play. And I'm totally fine with that. I think once we master it well enough to get to the checkpoint after those bounces at the end, we'll have mastered it well enough to be able to recreate this quickly, even after a bit of a break. But I am stalling a little bit on those up throws at the end. Mostly because we haven't been back there all that often lately. Loving a lot of other jumps on the way. Zola King, remind you not to play too many board games against me because you get buried alive. No, it's in Lode Runner. Lode Runner is a computer game. And a computer game that had a very early level editor mode. That's the one where you get buried alive. Snakes and Ladders just has Snakes and Ladders. And that's the board game. Now, if you play Scrabble with me, maybe you would get buried alive, but it would be a learning experience. I should really get back to streaming it more myself. Just haven't really found a good spot in my schedule for it lately. Whoops. And Mang, you would win in Scrabble? Yeah, I know you've been practicing. Okay. Rump and Pump, welcome. Zola King, you were saying you saw me play a vaguely Scrabble-ish game. You're probably talking about Battle Royale, which is a new real-time kind of Scrabble and Fortnite crossover, which has been tons of fun. I haven't been able to stream that often lately as well, actually. I've been meaning to get back to it, but lately I've had a couple of technical problems and scheduling issues and such on the stream, and so haven't been able to do much other than Maker 1. Okay, almost. We just got too high a jump on that second bounce. I need a relatively short jump on the first bounce so we don't get squashed by the icicles. I need a high jump after that so we get plenty of landing room after I hit the on-off switch. That's the adjustment. That was also the best attempt I've had in a while, so let's try it again. Whoops. Whacking that mole with the shell. Okay, let's try it again. Yeah, having some jumps go a bit off-center here. Just need to get a certain amount of consistency back. As I often observe, what really separates a lot of the best players in this game, from a technical perspective, is that they're very consistent. They learn how to do a certain thing, and they can actually nail it every time after that. And because of that, they're able to get more practice in against the parts of the level that are actually the most difficult. Like, they get back to what they were very quickly without too much waste in between when it comes to additional attempts, just redoing stuff that they had figured out already. I don't quite have that consistency, but it's a really interesting thing to think about when it comes to, you know, what Mario Mastery looks like. A lot of it is just about being able to get back to where you were in a very efficient fashion. It's like that for a lot of video games that have a certain element of repetition to pushing your way through difficulty as well, in fact. And Gotcha1, if I'm reading your name correctly between those X's, welcome. And thank you for the submission. And I am doing all right over here. Hope you're well. Okay, let's pop this. And up we go. Nope. Okay, actually went a little too high before I curved over, and I just ran into the icicle from the side. Because of that huge red column, I actually have a little bit of trouble reading my own position on that shelter row. Like, I kind of lose track of my own position. Because it's visually suddenly a lot busier just as you're falling, and so that's one correction I know I'll have to make. And let's see how well we do it. Okay, forward we go. Nope. Mario's just going to take a dive in shame over there as he prematurely releases the shell. Up we go. Nope. Slipping all over the place. Now, earlier in the level, when I was just starting this next GM, you'll remember me saying, this doesn't seem like a 0.42%. Everything looks pretty simple. Everything is actually pretty simple, but you do have to be consistent over a long scale, and we're still only doing the first half, so now I can kind of understand a clear rate a lot better. There are a lot of little things you can die to that aren't particularly technically challenging, but which can be difficult from the standpoint of consistency. That's because you have to adjust for things like the low ceilings and the ice all over the place. Your jump control actually does have to be fairly good here. So, that's something we shouldn't underestimate. And YOLOsophy, I think, the philosophy of YOLOing. Welcome. I hope that's how you prefer to pronounce your name. And thank you for Gear Gateway. Hopefully we'll get to that before too long. I've been on this one for a while, but we had some short levels before it, so we'll at least take it to the midpoint. Improving at some aspects of it, I suppose. Whoops. Totally missed the up throw. You describe your Kaizo's next gem as control jump consistency levels. Yeah. I mean, if you're not comfortable enough doing things like shell tricks yourself as the person doing the clear check, then yeah, that's where the platforming difficulty is going to come from. It's just a lot of height control. Luckily, it's not like it's super precision or something. It's not very claustrophobic. The ceilings are low, but it's mostly just a matter of really being able to time your button presses accurately. And you've got plenty of headroom to do that with, and plenty of room for adjustment side to side, so But it also means that levels like these can look deceptively easy. Because no specific trick here is difficult. But you can die to a lot of stuff along the way. That looks completely innocuous. And yeah, the clear check, I could imagine taking quite a while, even as the designer. Would have been able to get most of this down by then. Wow, okay, just overshooting. Because everything I'm dying to looks like an absolutely easy jump. It's just that we slip up on a different one every time. I'm losing more time than I would expect for some of that stuff. Anyway, let's try to stay focused here. We've been close to the end several times by now. Here we go. Yeah, it does often catch me by surprise when I do something wrong here, because they're all just very minor avoidable slips. But it also means that it's the kind of level that some players who have this really well-developed hard platforming and Kaizo skill set would just be able to take down very nearly in a one-shot. Like, you could definitely imagine some players just being able to whip through this in 5 minutes. And that tends to be the skill set of a lot of the biggest streamers in this game. Not really my skill set, but it's exactly the kind of thing that you could imagine certain players having a really easy time with, just because their sense of consistency is much tighter than mine. Like, I don't know how much playtesting you've managed to get out of this and how much you've seen of it on stream, but it's very clear to me that some players would be extremely good at this and digest it quickly. Whoops. He gave a 0.4% level to Zoinks and he beat him twice in 4 minutes, yeah. Yeah, I've seen him play a little bit here and there. I know who you're talking about. Yeah, some people in this game have a very good sense of consistency as well as good reflexes when it comes to reading something and being able to execute it quickly without too much of a delay. Okay. Okay, like I said, I'm not really going to grind away at it too much past checkpoint, but we'll see how manageable it is. I am curious. I do want to maybe do a few attempts here, but I'm not going to make a serious push past checkpoint. Just kind of want to see what the major obstacles are going to be. Just in case we're already past the hardest part. As you can see, all this stuff is the same kind of idea as what we saw previously, but we just need to be careful about it. Whoops. And yeah, next GM, I saw Dario all over the records on a lot of the traditional levels you gave me previously. Because with a lot of the traditional levels you gave me previously, I do remember most of them, first of all, involving tons and tons of red shell Koopas, and secondly, that and because of that, they seemed naturally built for speedrunning if you could find a really good bounce path through them. Obviously, a level like this one, much more linear, much more constricted in terms of how much you can realistically squeeze, but definitely some room to play for speed as well. Oops. You say the hardest part is probably those 3 up rows in a row. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is that judging by what I'm seeing past checkpoint, we might actually be able to do it. So I'll push away at this a little bit. But I feel like I've accomplished something already, so we'll just see how well we can progress through this stuff. Because tricks-wise, I don't see anything here that I haven't already done. Once again, I probably should consider spin jumps from time to time. Oh, oops. Let's do a straight bounce here. Let's not get too close to lower the icicles. And that jump, I need a bit of momentum and control on that one as well. But probably a series of bounces followed by an up throw again. That's what I would expect. Yeah, the main new thing is that you have to do these long sequences of having moles with different spacing that you need to get through in a very controlled fashion horizontally. It's a very irregular rhythm. Yeah, like I said, judging by what I see here, clear may actually be pretty realistic. Let's not stand too close. Let's go over here. Whoops. Didn't quite get the landing I wanted. Also, I noticed that in this segment you no longer have some guidance coins to signify where the controlled jumps are going to be. Thank you so much for the sub, Gritkowski. I believe the message that you sent there is missing the letter K. But that's okay. If you have a broken letter K on your keyboard, that message will do just as well. So, Gritkowski, I don't know how far along you are already in judging Tower Escape, but I hope the Tower Escape puzzles in your contest have been going very well. Oh, whoops, too much of a jump on that one. Needed to read ahead to that landing. Ah, you haven't started yet. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I suppose the puzzles are still getting finalized from people. I've seen some uploads go up here and there, and possibly not too many are up for judging yet, although I do know some people have started looking at those. I actually saw that Tanuki Dan, I think, was starting to play through the list today. Okay. There we go. Not really landing on that very well. But this looks manageable. I say as I die to something extremely simple. Nope, overshooting. Hope that's going to be an issue. Yeah, it's sort of interesting with such a huge judging crew on a puzzle contest this time to see what that does for the pacing and just how things get spread out over time. Probably better to have that than to have a huge logjam for everybody involved. Okay, pulling back a little too much on that one. Up we go. Whoops. Lots of little trouble spots here that we can run into some problems with. Nope, need a higher bounce over there, then an up throw, and then a landing that we have been struggling with so far. Grakowski, people have not brought levels to me for playtesting on this round just yet. But that's because I haven't been running viewer levels that often lately, since I've mostly been doing Maker 1 through the week. I have been thinking about setting up an extra stream specifically for contest playtesting, but given the times I run, I don't know if that's just going to be too inaccessible to most people. Mang, you can definitely make a horizontal tower. I guess would be more of a tunnel. Which brings to mind something very specific. So if any of you are familiar with the film Annihilation, science fiction film from a couple years back with Natalie Portman, it is based on a novel, the first of 3 novels in the Southern Reach or Area X trilogy by Jeff Vandermeer, who is somebody I've met. I actually had dinner with him once, many years ago. And there's this bit in the beginning of the novel where they find something that they describe as the tower, but which is actually something that sort of protrudes into the ground. And so the idea is that, all these researchers are just sort of insisting on calling it a tunnel when the protagonist, who is played by Natalie Portman in the film, just sort of envisions it as a tower. And so when you conflate the two, I always think back to that very specific literary reference. And yeah, Mang, you were totally there. In spirit. That's sort of an interesting idea, to build something that is meant to be played with the Switch in handheld mode turned 90 degrees. If any of you play arcade shoot-'em-ups, a lot of the arcade ports on Switch actually do support a vertical mode, where you can rotate the Switch screen and prop it up and have the display just kind of follow the portrait orientation of a lot of the arcade originals. And there was a special handheld grip that was built for it. It was something by Jeremy Parish, who is the podcaster behind Retronauts and who was a games writer. The guy who coined the word Metroidvania, actually. Like, he's the one who was behind the vertical flip grip. I don't have one, but I did actually try to play vertical shooters on a Switch for a while using one of the handheld mode charger stands, replacing the Switch on a tabletop. I got one that was compatible with rotating the Switch display. And so I played stuff like Ikaruga. Anyway. The vertical grip reminds you of pinball machines, yeah. Yeah, it really does, in some ways. Handheld pinball. Okay. You once experimented with an escape room doing stuff like that. Oh, it's screen rotation. Interesting. I don't know if I would have played that one. If it was really deep in your list, it's possibly one that I haven't done yet. Okay, so you jump through those icicles and then you ride the coins down. And then there's likely going to be some kind of stunt after that where you get off of the icicles that drop. It looks like it's pretty close to the end, though. Ah, you were just experimenting, you never used it in the level. Okay, I see. Yeah, it's interesting to think about how that would work. I feel like there's probably a lot of stuff that's doable with the upside-down night theme that hasn't been fully explored yet. It's one of those elements in Maker 2 that people kind of instinctively neglect as a bad idea because they've never seen it really used well. That is begging for more people to use it well, and I have seen some good concepts with it, often with Mario being constrained off screen. Various concepts like that, but I definitely feel as though the upside-down theme in this game is something that is kind of waiting for the right level designer to come along. to do something really special with it in the same way that people have done with other underused elements like the car. Or dark levels, for that matter. Oh, whoops. Didn't get a controlled jump over there. I guess I said much earlier that I would stop at checkpoint for this, but we're so close to the end that we are once again going to fall into the sunk cost fallacy. And grind away at it some more. Because I really feel like that coin drop near the end must be one of the last obstacles. Intuitively, it seems that way. So those of you in the queue behind this level, thank you for your patience. Yeah, the mole in the middle is totally skippable. I should really strongly consider that, instead of just trying to pull back into that. Instinctively, I want to hit every mole. But sometimes that isn't going to be optimal. Okay, let's try this again. Nope. A little bit late on the shell throw. I mean, obviously it hit. Everything was still doable from there, but in terms of reaction time, that threw me off. Whoops. Let's not accidentally start over. That would be terrible. Gorkowski, did I end up finishing 2YMM? No, I'm about halfway through. And Gorkowski, I actually kind of had to crash out of my last 2YMM stream for technical reasons, but we were nearly at the end. I was actually doing a cake hunt at the end of a fantastic cape puzzle by Iris, otherwise known as Deft as Spies these days, back before that maker went almost entirely over to music levels. But yeah, we spent most of the last stream on this really, really good cape puzzle that used a lot of the scrolling and camera rules in Maker 1. And it was a room with a it was a level, rather, with a multi-room layout where a lot of the rooms would kind of interact with each other as well. And so you had to have a really good spatial sense for it. So yeah, I'm at about halfway points so far. I believe that was level 27 or something out of 50. 2YMM is pretty big. The level count is substantially higher than either 1 or 3. 1YMM had about 32 levels, I think. 2YMM has 50. And some of them were a fair bit longer, too. Especially because I was going for some bonus objectives. Not all, but most of them. Nope, not pulling back well there. Yeah, starting to slip a little bit on this one. But yeah, we'll probably continue 2YMM in a few days if I can. I'm still sorting out some technical issues on my end that had come up, so there might be a brief hiatus, but hopefully not too much of one. Oops. But yeah, all the Maker 1 content I'm doing should be more than enough to take me into almost March. Then currently thinking that we'll probably do a new Kirby game once we are in the month of March. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how things come together. Sometimes there can be some surprises along the way, and other games that I want to cram in if we have a good opportunity. Still going to make a pretty regular slot for Maker 2, though. Whoops. And at some point, I've got so many puzzles to catch up on, too. Ironically enough, I'd probably be playing even more of this game if I were not streaming it. Because I always want to get about all of the Mario Maker that I play on stream because, you know, for preservation reasons, it's nice to have it at record. But first of all, I think everybody kind of realizes that in some ways you can play better and more efficiently and faster when you're not streaming. You know, because you can take breaks effectively, or you can focus on certain things without being sidetracked by conversation. Or get out of tunnel vision a little more easily. But the other factor is simply that my time spent on this game would be a lot more flexible. In terms of, you know, being able to suspend in the middle of a level here and there and just filling every available moment with more Mario Maker. So oddly enough, I think my playtime would actually go up as a non-streamer. And yeah, Grokowski, I'm sure that as somebody who has been streaming very actively lately, that you kind of get that same sense. Especially with puzzles, because sometimes with puzzles, you know, you just need a lot of time away from the screen. Like, you need to take a tea break here and there to think about the solution outside the visual context of staring at the screen. That was my experience with games like Baba Is You, for sure. Where sometimes the best thing you can do for yourself when you're stuck is just to step away and grab a snack or something and instantly visualize the solution when you do that. Not even when you pick it back up, but sort of in the process of taking the break, you just get that aha moment. And you just instantly see it. I think that's very true of escape rooms, actually. Simply because escape rooms involve so much staring at stuff, and, you know, it can be easy to rest on a couple of assumptions that you need to break away from in order to progress further. I will likely be closing the queue at the end of this level, whether I clear it or not. So this will be last call for anybody who isn't already in. Like I said, for anybody new here, my usual policy is that if you manage to stay for your level, I will play it if you are already in the queue before closing. Sometimes that can be hours away, but we will still do it. But closure at the end of this one is extremely likely. Just so I can get this stream done in a reasonable amount of time today. For some definition of reasonable. Whoops. And yeah, Grokowski, I've been way behind with escapes as well. I can see why you've also been behind, given that you've been doing so much contest judging. With the 1 screens in the last round. But yeah, the fact that escape rooms just often need a dedicated stream to themselves, I think, makes them a little difficult to schedule. I always want to do more of them. It's very difficult to fit them in. Because you really do have to map that out in advance. Whoops. Still dying to the simplest looking things here. Always seems like on viewer levels there's at least one level that I just spent way too much time on. Because I feel very close. And yeah, this little sequence here with the single-spaced moles in the middle, that's the one that throws me off because I'm always hesitating a bit on that adjustment. And it's just that final sequence with the icicles after that. I'm very, very close. At least I think it's final. It's heavily implied to be close to the finish. And yeah, I know where is next GM. Oh. There's often a level like this that will come up every stream. You've just won that particular set of sweepstakes today. Whoops. 2 screens after that ice drop. Yeah, we'll see. That might be... Well, we'll see. We'll see if that's doable. I need to make it back to the ice drop first. I think we'll call it this point. Next GM, you are welcome to submit this one again. And I think I should be able to get back to checkpoint without too much of a hassle, although as a consistency level, I might be extremely wrong about that. We'll mark this as a loss for now, though. I had a lot of fun with it. But yeah, obviously that's in a subworld. We're not going to see any clue about that here, given that I did finish everything in the main world. And as you told me, the world record is way off the clear check time right now. Lots of room for improvement. And yeah, next GM, you're absolutely welcome to do that. You can set your own order for what you want to see. So let's mark this as a loss for now, and let's put in the next level, and then I will be closing the queue after that. So yeah, next GM, you're welcome to get one in. Mario goes left. And if Matt the Maker is still here, we will pull you in and close the queue. Thank you to the patience of everybody who has been waiting. And Fuya, yeah, I think that's the thing that's deceptive about that level, is that it is a level that consists almost entirely of things that look like easy parts. And they are easy parts in isolation. When you stack them all together, I was definitely running into consistency issues. I feel like I probably could push through that with time. But just in the interest of getting through the queue, we'll try to keep things reasonable, because I know that on viewer levels in the past, I've kind of run into some problems with staying on something for 2 hours or so because I felt very close. We probably weren't too far away. How easy is it to hit a mole with the shell? If you're off-center just a little bit. Really depends on the way you come down. Anyway, let's take a look at Lava Shrine after we close the queue. And let me just make sure that my stream title and my bot reflect that. We'll be staying on for quite a while yet. As I said, if you're in the queue, we will play your level. So, Lava Shrine is a trial of volcanic rafts. Let's see it. Okay. Raft goes here, raft goes forward after you. Zap this thing. And then I suppose we should come back down here and hit this. Well, we can do that too. Grab the 1-up. And then drop the bomb. Nice of this level to kind of give me a sword refresh as well, so we don't lock ourselves by whacking myself with the bomb at any time. We'll grab the key first, and then I suppose there will be a bit of back and forth while we hunt for a key. Now, because this is, after all, a dungeon. There's the key. Let's zap this while we're here. And we already understand how to raise that platform that we'll see in a moment. So, here's the thing about this one. Do we need to reactivate an on-off switch? We do. I wonder if I can just toss this somehow. Anyway, let's... Yeah, because I actually want to tap this. And then do that. That's going to get me back over in the other room. And yeah, next GM, I definitely remember that previous level that you sent me that just had the Koopas wiggling constantly. It's definitely a lot more manageable with moles. Thank you for the follow. We'll hopefully not drop too many levels like that. Okay. I kind of like that multi-room interaction that we saw just now. That was pretty satisfying. Let's look at the on-off pattern first in terms of how things are going to split before we do much else. We clearly want to deliver the Buzzy over. Whoops. And in fact, I could just hit that with my head. That's a lot more sensible. This allows me to turn this into an alternating switch. Well, once we raise this up, seems like a couple of things in this level are going to be all about that interaction, so hang on, let's not die to this. Not that I need the sword to get out of here, but it would help. Oh, whoops. All that work. And we are back at a checkpoint that's in the same room, so. think that was the right idea, though. Actually, you just need to get everything on the on states once you are back over. So maybe the alternating switch is not really a good call after all, but we're doing this whole thing where you're delivering that. Nope, once again, just slipping right off. But yeah, we died to the easy stuff. That's just how things go around here. Anyway, bird like tap will do. And hopefully we won't actually require the sword. And we don't. So I could have gotten through there quite a few times already. So here is going to be some back and forth with the fire bar. Yeah, interesting mix of more puzzle-like and more timing-based challenges that are kind of all around a central concept. Always very satisfying to have two-way obstacles like this as well. You're doing fundamentally the same interaction, but, you know, that keeps things pretty interesting. That's going to match the other door up top on this room. You can see everything here is kind of constrained to the same vertical space. And fireworks. Okay, I guess we could probably try to bomb some of this stuff for some reason. There probably isn't a good reason to do it, given that it's not going to reveal anything, but we'll do it anyway, just for style points. Now, can I get across? I guess we have an off state. We probably can. But there's the Triforce, and thank you for the level. Very nice. GG. Okay, so that actually was the best ending. It's quick enough that I don't mind looking at it again if there's another ending that's really easily accessible. I didn't really even see any kind of branch on it, so it's really quick. We might as well look at it. Anyway, we know about this because now I'm wondering what I missed. I'm not missing much. Okay, we'll be very brief with this then. If I don't see it quickly, we'll just leave it be. Because I didn't feel like I was doing anything particularly special. Anyway. Oh, whoops. No, hang on. Bad ideas all around. Whoa. Hang on, let's do this again. There we go. Yeah, raft levels do tend to be tons of fun. Quality humor, of course, has no conflict of interest in stating that whatsoever. So yeah, I don't see anything different that really could have happened here. Serve this guy up. But like I said, a lot of variety here, even though there's a very coherent central concept that kind of unifies the whole level. Whoops. The pipe at the very end has skipped. I didn't even... Oh, this pipe here. Okay, okay. Well, we're here. We might as well do it. Yeah, because I see shiny 50 coins and thought I might as well go for it. I guess the only thing was dodging the fire bars. That's the only real difference mechanically. I didn't even think about that pipe, not for a second. Shiny coins were awaiting. Just watch, we're going to die. Well, might as well see it. Yeah, because I was definitely looking at this and wondering, do I have a way to just get into this room in the other on-off state and hop over the axe and pop some kind of secret on the other side if we find some kind of support to let you enter the pipe? Nope, nothing quite so complicated. But a very good level, and nevertheless. So, thank you for that, and for all the GGs, let's mark that as a win. It'll make up for the amount of time I spent on the previous one. And let me just do a quick sub check before we just decide to go straight down. And thank you for the follow. Quality Humor. Quality Humor, you had a specific request. Let me see if I can find it. Prison Escape. Yeah, Fuya, if I get through the queue with time to spare, I will reopen for a few extras at the end from people who haven't submitted yet. Right now, I just want to stay closed for just the time being to make sure I can get through everything that's already in, because sometimes this stream runs extremely long, depending on the difficulty of some of these. But if things turn out to be easier and quicker than I expect, then we can reopen. I just cannot promise that yet. Did we miss it completely? Prison Escape. Ah, here we are. July 2019, very early. We're going to bribe the warden with a POW. Let's do that. That sounds fun. Yeah, very, very early level. Always nice to play stuff from back in 2019, actually. Especially from makers with long lists that I haven't gotten through yet. Anyway, I assume that Boom Boom is the warden here. We'll bribe him with a POW, presumably by stacking a POW on top of the icicles. Oh, did this come about when we mentioned the global icicles earlier? Because I feel like this is a global icicle level in the making. Anyway. We have a POW here that we're going to take with us. Using the POW is going to kill the Muncher. And killing the Muncher means that nothing sustains the P-switch, does it? Oh, it also seems like there's a directional thing going on here with... there is a particular thing that determines the shell bounce direction off the trampoline in Maker 2, and I believe it's based on my height. It's not the same mechanic as in Maker 1. Anyway, thank you for the follow. Oh, we have more POWs, okay. Likely we need to drop this. But if I use the POW, it's going to destroy the shell, it's going to destroy the Muncher. The Muncher can no longer drop in a P. You need a P switch activated first in order for the Muncher to drop in a P and sustain the P. Let's just drop it. That doesn't really do much. Let's try to make the jump. I probably could have made the jump. In fact, the fact that the POWs remain active in the lava tell me that I should throw the POW a little further out and use this as a platform. That's still not quite far enough, but you see the general idea that it is possible to stack the POWs into lava, and that we should assume that the stacking will remain in place. You can do a POW drop for speed, but it's not needed. Oh, you mean if you just jump directly over to this platform? No, no. If I do kind of a single space on that POW, I think we actually can make that jump. And then you're going to have a claw drop after that on the next POW. So we create a sort of single space like this, and then jump. I feel like an edge jump would actually do it. The 10 coin placement also kind of suggests to me that maybe if we jump towards the 10 coin, there is something like a hidden blaster or something that allows me to walk. There isn't. Okay. Thought I'd check. Actual POW drop for world record strat. I'm not sure how that plays out just yet, so let's see. Also, let's just see this. Okay, nothing as expected. That's probably too far. However, the other thing you can do is take the POW back to the first room. Now, why would I possibly want to kill him? I don't. But I was wondering about that. Anyway. Let's do that. Let's try to do an edge jump. I feel like that is doable. If I kill the warden who will let me out, my lawyers, obviously, the rest of the parole board. Morgan Freeman, possibly. That's too far. Not gonna make that. Hang on. But if I do a drop that's further out... Hang on. Yeah, because you spawn here. Shell falls, goes to the left. If the shell at any point goes to the right, then that's when the muncher drops into P. So the idea here is that you need to get into a position where you get the shell to go right based on your initial spawning position. There is a way to do that, but I thought it was based on your height relative to that shell. Like, I thought you have to maybe go up top above the ceiling or spawn in a location that... Oh, no, because the shell drop... Let me take a look at the shell drop again. That's... Yeah, that's going to fall down and instantly get projected. Because it tracks your initial position, right? So... if we spent the POW and then went off screen and then respawned that... Or, well, we don't need to spend a POW at all because we want to leave the muncher alive. Let's... Yeah, we can totally make this jump. It's just a matter of building momentum towards it. You can tell me the mechanic, but it's more fun if you don't. Yeah, it is more fun if you don't. I'm just trying to remember what it was, because I remember that was one of the big changes between Maker 1 and 2. But let's just dash here. I think the icicles strongly imply that you actually have icicles that are tucked under the lava that are used as the supports, and that is going to maintain the POWs in the position where I dropped them. I strongly suspect that the icicles are the key here. That's just based on my reading of this bit up top here. Anyway. Whoops, let's actually make the jump. That would be deal. Or maybe I can make the upper platform if I just stack the 2 POWs. Stack them. Make the top jump, maybe. Whoops. Actually, I have to jump. That is rather important. Because it seems like I'm just a tile short on the height. Of course, I haven't really counted that accurately. So who knows? Oh, reaction timing on the jump button is maybe not what it used to be. Let's try it that way. Whoops, no, hang on. I need to actually make myself some space to jump a bit earlier, I think. But I see 2 possibilities so far. Dropping this POW further ahead to go for the lower platform. Dropping this POW up high and doing a sequence of jumps for the upper platform. Oh, whoops, no. Missing. Which I think it can be done, but... we'll see if I've estimated this correctly. No. Didn't like my spacing there at all. Okay, we dropped POWs. Let's jump on top of these. And there is a conveyor there. It does move you all the way over. Tells me that maybe if I pick up a POW later on and I can get within range, drop these guys. You know what? I can probably do this. I could drop the POW here to give myself a little additional room to jump, but I think I should take it with me for the moment so we can drop it here. We can go up top, but I don't like that precision check. Oh, we can do it. Fine. And also, jump here. Tossing the POW is just going to have it catch, which is great. Then, we're a little too high now, though. Oh no, we can make it. And we need to slam the POW directly. POW bounce, I think. No. What am I thinking? That's not what I was thinking. Anyway, spin jumps can get you across this stuff, but I may have needlessly expended 1 POW. Interesting coin chain over here. Implying that I want to drop that POW, but... if I'm spinning towards that, I would need to kind of spin to the side. Let's see here. Whoops. Hang on. probably is something I'm missing mechanically. The coin chain is because a lot of people try to grab the POW while spinning. Yeah. So you just want to lead them up top, I see. Okay. This actually works fairly well, dropping both of these here. I feel like I will eventually want to drop a POW through here for some reason. Whoops. Bad idea. I guess those are also the other prisoners that we have passed. We can, of course, kill all of the other prisoners with a single POW. If we're being particularly inhumane. I want to get back at them for the time that they beat me up in a mess hall. Okay. Let's go over here. Well, perhaps a little more cleanly. You really like my scientific approach to this game? Oh, I suppose. I don't know if I'd call it scientific necessarily. It's a bit of slow play where I try to do things by observation, so we can get around some platforming obstacles by some other means. Whoops. I probably do want to drop that eventually, but... You know what? I can pick up the next POW anyway if I drop this guy. Well, I need to do it faster than that. Ah, yes, I needed to keep a POW here. That's okay, because the claw will actually get me upstairs. I think. It's easier, of course, to do an up throw into the munchers if I keep a POW. And yeah, quality humor, I'm glad you enjoy the kind of Mario Maker that we do around here. It is a bit of a different style and pace from a lot of other streams, and part of it is that we've cultivated a community here that gives me, I think, a lot of levels that are outside the norm from what usually gets played. Whoops. We can probably make it over. Except I wanted to carry a POW, didn't I? So that was probably not the best idea, but we will just come back and grab this one. And we'll come over... Whoops. I found a cheese strat immediately. The claw is the main path. Oh, you mean the claw in terms of using the claw to get around the munchers? Well, I mean, I thought the muncher interaction looked totally intentional, because if I'm seeing a two muncher stack like that, my first thought is I need to have a POW make contact with that. And there's such a clear opportunity for doing it. I guess that's why you put cheese in quotation marks, because it's really more of an alternative strategy. Looks like it's something that's totally valid. I really don't feel like I'm breaking anything. But you're kind of rewarded for keeping an additional POW by going up this slightly more threatening pathway. Whoops. Let's not slip so much. And you did intend it. Yeah, it totally looks intentional. I think sometimes when people are very kind of platforming focused, they don't necessarily have an eye for when alternative strategies are clearly meant to be available. Whoops. I wonder why I couldn't quite fall into that as smoothly as I did previously. Let's make sure we actually drop the POWs, so I have a landing zone. No need to be too impatient about that. Jump back here. Grab this. I should have maybe let that swing ore drop, actually. Having it drop would be best. This was your first attempt at a story level. Well, I know it's got something to do with the prison wardens. And that escape will come from reversing the shell towards the P. Let's see if we can grab that. I think I should be, whoops, able to do so the same way I did previously. It's sort of interesting to go back to these levels from 2019 and see how, when we were still just a couple weeks out from Mario Maker 1, you did, in some ways, I think, have a lot more experimentation with story ideas. Because people were still kind of adjusting from Mario Maker 1 mode, right? And you didn't have things quite as streamlined as they are now. I think, as much as I see lots of creativity in Mario Maker 2 week after week, that a lot of it has become kind of standardized at this point. And it happened fairly early on in the lifespan of this game. That's what makes it interesting to go back to, you know, the early weeks and see what people were trying before things became quite so conventionalized, I would say. And I've noticed that a lot, partly because I've been playing so much Mario Maker 1 recently and seeing what people do with that. I feel like the spike on the right side kind of implies a power drop on its own. I also just want to throw this into the claw if I can. There we go. I've always really liked the interaction of throwing a POW into a claw and standing on it. Actually, the very first level I made in Maker 2 uses that. But it's surprisingly difficult to set that up in a way that makes sense and is actually useful for a level. So having that be the path to the bonus segment up here is quite nice. Yeah, as you were saying, a lot of people try to grab the POW out of the spin. Very tempting. Very, very tempting. Yes, you do kind of have to fall into that. I don't know. Or you could try to go for the checkpoint, but... Or you could just jump into this. Like a sensible person. Anyway, checkpoint. Well, Luca, I think that in Maker 2, like it's not so visible in this stream because I get a lot of really creative stuff from people here. But you have a lot of levels that are very well made, but often kind of look and feel like the same. Because at this point, you know, people have this very standard set of expectations for, like, this is what a Jamp level looks like, this is what a Troll level looks like, etc. So this is telling me POW. And the Warden is guarding the door. Now, this is interesting. Because it said something about offering the Warden a gift, and we're going to locate the POW over here. Oh, I see. Yeah, the alarm system at the very beginning. Not the alarm system, but the gate mechanism. We don't have time to actually see it, but Let's start at checkpoint and I'll show you what I'm thinking. Because this is interesting. This is actually really, really interesting. Oh yeah, I guess from a story perspective, hitting the on-off switch is whether you release everybody from prison. And this is just a purely flavor thing, because as you can see, I can't actually access any of that stuff. I was trying to go for a mole kill there, but not quite. Anything here? Just one up. Yeah, sure, let's release everybody from prison. Okay. Notice where we're standing. Notice the POW. When we go back to the start, the shell is going to go into the other direction. And now I don't remember like what the logic is for this specifically, and you'll have to remind me when I finish the level, but I believe I understand how this is going to go. That this is manipulating the loading in some fashion. So the icicles are global in this version in July 2019. That POW remains loaded. Now that POW... The thing is, you could put any particular POW there, right? Like, you could have survived up to that point with a different POW, perhaps. But maybe this one matters. Let's release everybody. Not that it affects much at the end. So you remove this POW specifically. You do the whole prison escape. We can go for a mushroom, except that would spend the POW. We actually need the POW to bust through this. So if you do this, that's okay. I just reclaim the POW afterwards. It's not a big deal. As long as the munchers are on screen. Ooh. No, I see the issue. Okay. I'm trying to be clever about this, but this might actually get me into trouble. Hang on. Let's go down here. Okay. Can we? Well, we can drop the POW on the other side, but I don't have the munchers on screen right now, and that's an issue. I would like to scroll them on. Because I do... Well, I can also just take damage here and reset to where we were before. I guess that's the mushroom check, that if you do spend a POW and pick up a mushroom, that's what happens. Anyway, this is a prison. Let's not think too hard about locking issues. That's what a prison is for. Anyway, Luca, I don't think I actually gave a satisfactory answer to that question. But... yeah, I think that in some ways, Maker 1 can feel very functional in the same way. Anyway, so, whoops, oh, I wanted to go through the door. I guess the door is matched in a certain fashion. Yeah, so I think the height of where you place the POW matters in terms of... what you're doing at the very end there. Let me think about that. Because I'm trying to think about the mechanic in terms of how that shell direction is manipulated. Because I used to know this, and I don't know if I know this anymore, but basically you have the POW that is placed on the icicles at a height that is above the shell interaction. And I think it's something to do with loading logic that is height dependent. I honestly don't remember what the rule is, but it's something to do with that. If there's a POW loaded in above the spring or the shell, it goes to the right. Yeah, that's what it is. I remember that was discovered very early because it was apparent to people right away that these mechanisms did not behave the way that they did in Maker 1, so there was quite a lot of investigation to see if you could control how it works. Yeah, probably something that Sieve Gaming talked about back when he was actually making videos. Before he stopped with Mario Maker 2, and indeed just stopped generally. I vaguely remember something like that coming up, sort of around this time, like when the game was first being explored. Anyway, really good use of that mechanic, as well as global icicles, which we were talking about so much earlier. I suppose you can just tell me what the final door above the axe was matched to. I assume that's just a warden's door that is matched with Boom Boom, unless it goes to one of the prison cells, which is entirely possible. Goes to the warden, I see. You made this the same day you learned of it, but had to upload again because of very serious cheese. Okay, you can tell me about what that cheese is afterwards. Let's just go on and play some more for now. Mark that as a win. Thank you for the GG, Zola King, if you're still here. Please check in. Great. Thank you for your extreme patience. I know that we've made you wait quite a while. World record was 10 seconds. Ah, okay, so somebody actually figured out how to get through the blocks on the right side, I suppose. Okay, this is a playtest of 441. Ice shows what you need at the end. Alright, let's see how it works. Yeah, Zola King, I suppose it wasn't too long a wait by my standards. Sometimes people are here for hours before they get played, and I try not to do that too often, but anyway, here's a puzzle. First of all, I'm going to see how high the screen goes. Okay, so it is a full vertical two-screen puzzle by the looks of it. And the objective should be to get to the key door that is on the bottom right. I assume those two key doors are matched, so you go through a P door first, probably, and then through a key door, and then through the yellow pipe, and that will take you somewhere else. We've got a lot of other things to interact with in the meantime. You can see that the bomb is going to blow up a whole bunch of stuff here, and that potentially it lets the star bounce its way out. What else can we observe about this? Let's not kill this thing yet. We have access to a mushroom. We have this box here that implies a block. That's correct. We don't have a reset door accessible here yet, so if we do hit the block prematurely, we do need to restart the level. As far as I can tell. This here allows you to potentially walk the Goomba over and bounce it on top of the bomb that will activate the on-off switch. Let's just watch this. We've already kind of blown this bit here, but we might as well learn everything we can. That gives you the ability to enter a P door in that location. P door actually goes back here. And so you would be dropping back in potentially in the off state. Just notice this guy. Now, if we didn't hit this block, we would have access to a mushroom. We need to figure out what that mushroom is for. And this is going to let you scout a little bit further. Quality humor of your own level, you were saying you put no roof at the beginning so you could take the POW from the first claw and run back. Oh, I see. Okay. Right, because then you could load it in up high. I think I approximately know what you mean. Interestingly, because there's no checkpoint involved that I can see, you don't really need to use this to take the death. But of course there is a fail state here, which is that if you hit this block, it is going to be a failure. So anyway, we know how to activate the on-off switch. We might not want to do that yet. Because if you look at the question block that is on the right side of this level, we might need to leave that open for the time being. Let's go up here. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, previously when we had the on-off activates, this part was also blocked off, which means that it might be something we need to interact with beforehand. A couple of things going on with the P switches here too. Interesting that you've got this P block bound to the Buzzy over there. Wonder what that's all about. Might be something to do with doors that are or aren't active at a point. Ah, I see what this is for. This is to prevent this. Whoops. I said... hang on. This. Yeah, that's precisely what you're trying to avoid. Because taking the Goomba up would probably break a couple of things, so it seems to be the main thing that's going on there. Now, we can take damage to go through that bit there with the Pokey. And that's fine, because it means... oh no, I hit the block. Hang on. We don't want to hit the block, we want to send the Goomba through. And then damage boost through to Pokey. Goomba's going to wake up. It's going to go to the other side. It's going to hit the switch. Before it hits the switch, oh, I see. There's a stroke through this for a reason. You're not supposed to hit it. But you can come up here if you don't hit this block and then hit the P. This ensures that you don't jump up here with the mushroom, perhaps? No, if you jump up here at all, that's going to hit, so... let's rethink this. Let's rethink. I kind of like the sequence that we have so far, though I think that it has some potential. Although we're not really using this middle bit here. Yeah, there's no way to get through without the Muncher causing a problem. But what we could do is... we haven't really used this either. Is there any other reason that we would want the on-off switch now? Probably not. So if you block off the right side... I'm just wondering about that Muncher, because you would need to find a way to get up there that does not activate the question block. The only way through there is through the blue block. The bottom right. One possibility is if you have something that is pushed up by the Muncher towards the B, and which you could activate remotely. Or I would just need some other way to bounce myself up. one spot. And it's not going to be something from a jump. It's going to be from something else. Either that or you just find some way to prevent the hunter from spawning. Anyway, let's rethink some of this. I haven't thought too hard about the Buzzy shell in the bottom yet either. I just kind of wonder if doing some kind of spin sequence over that. No, that doesn't work. Of course not. Bomb plus Muncher. That might be interesting. Yeah, if we can figure out some way to perhaps release or move the Wiggler such that I'm able to jump, that would be interesting. This also seems to imply to me that this needs to be open. I think that's a Muncher that's tucked between the P and the question block. But I can't quite see it. Now, yeah, no up throw here is really going to do the trick. It's going to activate the on-off switch. Let's activate the on-off switch one more time. Just to see if there's something else I can do with it. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, if you climb up, it doesn't activate on its way over. Which raises the question, can I use that Goomba for anything? Like the P-switch activation. Not really, because I would need a mushroom here to get through. Okay, let's try this again. And let's scout this again. So currently I don't know what this P block that is tied to the Buzzy is all about. I'm thinking about what a star could potentially be useful for as well. And then there's another star that's connected up top. The only way to the upper level seems to be to ignite the bomb using the Muncher that's here in the middle. And the only way to do that is to find some way to break the icicle. You break the icicle, the Muncher drops down on a bomb, and then that gives you some place to go. You need to have a bomb and a star at the end. Okay, that's not clear to me at all, unfortunately. But if you're able to carry a bomb, that would solve the Muncher problem in terms of getting rid of the question block. Yeah, you don't want the player to be surprised by any end conditions, that's for sure. If there's any kind of requirement that's beyond a pipe. Okay, let's say I take this. We know how to get the Muncher to activate the on-off switches, but does that give me anything here? What if I just do this? That's fine. Except I still don't really have a way to get up there. And we're going to get a raid from West Second Gaming. Let me give you a big shout out. West Second Gaming bringing Quite the crew, as always. And Isherwood81, welcome. Also a fellow Maker streamer. So yeah, I hope all of you had a great time over in West Second's Club Mario. And thank you so much for the raid. To go back to what Soliking was saying earlier, for the real thing, there will be a tutorial level. Okay. Yeah, West Second, you had a stream crash, but you got out in a raid at least. Yeah, I had a huge problem yesterday with my stream as well in terms of a couple of technical disasters going on at once where I kind of had to cut off. So I did not manage to salvage a raid out of mine. I'm glad you managed to get one out of yours. And not just because I received it, although that is, of course, very nice. Okay, so we busted that bomb. We opened up a passage to the left side. And if I find some way to release or bump the Wiggler, I would be able to bounce my way up. Currently, all I see is the on-off switch. It's not going to affect anything up here. It is going to kill the Pokey. Killing the Pokey, however, doesn't really get me anything, because going down to the right side with the on-off switch just traps me. So we can think about whether there's some way I can get the Goomba up without running into issues with this block that's placed here. But right now it seems like the Goomba is kind of purpose-built for the bomb activation only. Yeah, Isherwood, have a great dinner. And thank you for staying long enough to join the raid. Glad to have you here. I've played a couple of levels made for you before, I think. Like some collaborations, dedicated levels, etc. Or maybe from a contest. So, nice to see you drop by. Okay, we have a star up there. We might need a more elegant way to deal with this guy here, because right now, I mean, one-way panels kind of protect me from the Buzzy. We're not really running into each other or anything. Kind of wonder if it's going to be the case here, like if I decided to do a Goomba pickup like that. Oh, hey, it holds a key. Okay, excellent. So we can actually go through the key door now. Except I don't have the bomb activation. That's fine, because we can grab the mushroom unless I already lost a mushroom, which I seem to have done. But that solves the issue of how to get rid of the Buzzy. I actually don't know if that's intended, but it looks like the way forward. It's just that it loses the use of the Goomba. It looks very much like it is a solution, though, so because we can get through here and we can start thinking about how to respawn our way through. Except there's no way to get back here unless you have an object. Yeah, because it looks like you have to have the star there, as you were saying, to get on top of the Thwomp. Which is not obvious to me. The beetle is an indicator the key is in the Goomba. Oh, okay. Ah, I suppose what you're telling me, or what you're trying to tell me, is that if you come into this room with the P-switch activated, then the beetle spawns in this location where the P-block is, right? Like, you're trying to tell me that that's what the P-block blocks. So maybe you didn't intend the beetle to be accessible like that. So from a playtesting perspective, I guess, like, I know you're kind of tight on space and you wanted the vine here to be a scouting section, but you should be aware of this interaction as something that can happen. And also that stomping the Goomba instantly would be an issue as well. Yeah, like you were saying, in the final level, you want to make it clear that the player does require certain power-ups at the end. Because, yeah, right now we saw it a bit with a thwomp. You would want the star to cut through the thwomp. You would therefore want to activate this bomb by having fire somewhere. The only way that I can see that happening is if we find a way to raise... Whoops, I'm not small, but... If you find a way to raise the blaster such that the blaster is exposed... I'm thinking that the idea is that if you raise the blaster somehow, the blaster is able to fire a Podoboo that ignites the bomb. Igniting the bomb is going to destroy some of these blocks and give you a star bouncing around, but it's probably not the thing that's actually happening with a star. I think it's in the top part of the level where you see the star beside that on-off switch, like that's attached to something that I can't see right now. And there also is some reason, I would guess, that this vine isn't going all the way. In terms of not letting me see what's on top of the whole level. Like there's something that's still being concealed. So we know a couple of things. We know how to bump the bomb if we take a damage boost in order to open up the gates where the Muncher is. Except because of the Muncher placement, I can't really get over that safely myself. We know the Goomba is stompable. I want to see the Thwomp Room again, actually, just to take a look. I know it's not going to give me anything, but... But we know that Goomba makes it successfully over here, which means that if I stomp it, we get the key. So there are a lot of intermediate steps here before anything else can happen. Yeah, so I see. The ice blocks tell me star and bomb, so... I don't know that I'd necessarily read that as a sign that that's what you require, but as we were saying earlier, that's something that the player probably needs to be able to see in advance. Like, even if you get a glimpse of what the exit room is going to look like in advance, so none of this comes as a surprise. But yeah, if you come through here with a star, you cut through the Thwomp right away, the bomb gives you access to the vine, and then you go through the rest of this room. Which then gets you over to the green pipe. So we have a lot of intermediate steps along the way. We need to figure out how to get up to the upper level, probably. We need to figure out how to retrieve a bomb, which I don't actually have access to so far. Yeah, we need a bomb at the end. Oh, I see. These are also indications, right? Like the star and the bomb here. Like, you're not actually supposed to blow up the bomb. These are just telling you something about them being needed. Yeah, I'm not sure this kind of notation is really coming through to me. I know it's sort of similar to some troll notation sometimes. Like if you are at a junction or at a death point where you're told what the requirement is. But I don't currently have a way of obtaining a bomb. There's this one up here. There's this bomb down here that I will not be able to pick up myself. There is potentially something that will spawn here in the question block. Yeah, this isn't really going to work out. Oops. I'm just trying to see what else I can interact with. We don't have a way to use that right now. Let's think. Yeah, this is never going to go through. This is going to activate the on-off, but... There we go. 1 second, you're saying these make your brain hurt? Well, I mean, it is a playtest. Like, some things are not really necessarily going to be intuitive or sensible. But that's what we're here to try to uncover. I just try to figure out what kind of interactions we can do currently. I don't see the mushroom as being useful very much other than just getting through the Pokey. The Pokey can also be disabled by the Goomba hitting the on-off switch. If you do hit the on-off switch and the Pokey dies, you don't actually have a way to go. It really seems as though what I want to do is find some way to release the Wiggler. Oh, you mean puzzles in general? Yeah, I mean, part of it is just knowing what kind of rules to look for and what kind of interactions are typical to puzzles, like, you know, thinking about door logic and thinking about a sequence of items. I feel like a lot of it is sort of established through familiarity. And even I still struggle with a lot of puzzles much of the time. But that's what happens when you see in a lot of them, is that, you know, the ones that you can't get through are the ones that really stand out at that point. Anyway, we know how to activate the on-off switch. We don't know how to activate the P-switch. I feel like a big part of this is going to be figuring out how we get something to hit that P-switch. Possibly with an up throw on a Goomba on the other side, actually. I kind of like the idea. But then the Goomba would just hit the block would spawn the Muncher, and that would just stop everything there. I feel like the stroke through the block does heavily imply don't hit it with the Muncher. Blow it up with a bomb or something first. But anyway, I know I can get the Goomba across, I know I can get myself across. The issue is that once the Goomba is through here, you can't actually make your way through. Oh, you know what? You stand on the block directly. Here it is. Here it is. I've got it. You stand on the block directly, and upon the on-off interaction, it's going to push you up, and then you get out of there without hitting the Muncher. Then you hit the P door, and then you go back with the P-switch, but with the off state being what it is currently. The Goomba's spawning location is going to be blocked, so if I hit the P-switch, I need to grab the Goomba and take it back with me, otherwise it will not spawn. The Buzzy is going to spawn on the top left. The Goomba is something that I'm able to throw up towards the question block. Maybe, but because it looks like there's going to be a Muncher that drops in that location. The P-switch is going to change a lot of stuff regardless. Let's just hit it and see what happens. Okay, that's a breakthrough. We got a major breakthrough here. Flying bomb, that's important. That's really important, even though I stuck myself here. Because that explains how I get a bomb at the very end. So now the next problem is figuring out... Oh, also the bomb allows me to have a platform that I can jump on to get to the top level. So, we suddenly have a breakthrough. And... Yeah, we're in good shape all of a sudden. Take this guy. Oh no, forgot. The climb, you have to climb without jumping. Okay. It's always nice when you suddenly make a lot of progress at once because you've calculated a lot of what should happen and you were just waiting on that one step to come together. Nope. I feel like I was able to jump up to the top level, and then that bomb would have allowed me to bomb my way through without having any Muncher issues because the Muncher was blocked by the off state. I was supposed to jump on that bomb and probably chuck it upwards. Actually, no. We're going to take it. Because this bomb... This bomb is able to destroy the Muncher door. Except I'm unable to go through anyway if I'm in the off state, so never mind that. Okay, so we're missing a couple of steps here still, but whoops. But this gets me out of a lot of trouble. Okay. We've got this. We have access to the Wiggler and the Buzzy. I'm just thinking about the Wiggler and the Buzzy now, because as you can see, the Buzzy is spawning in such a location that once the P-switch expires, it gets pushed off to the side. Actually, the one-way panel traps it to the side, because the Buzzy spawns. It gets trapped by the one-way panel, the P-switch deactivates, the Wiggler gets to walk on that platform. Now, what can we do with that information? Because it seems like I want to release the Wiggler somehow so I can get up here eventually. An up throw on the bomb would activate the other bomb. And I need to find someone to move the Wiggler. The fact that the Buzzy spawn is allowing the Wiggler to move like that is really important, but I haven't established how to use that yet. Like that the Wiggler now has this wider pattern of movement to it. Whoops. Doing that up throw there does work for activating the bomb. I think afterwards you spin jump on top of the lower bomb. I think I understand how to do it now, actually. It doesn't interact with the whole thing with the Wiggler yet, but maybe we save that for later. I need to do that whole sequence faster so we survive the bomb. Whoops. A bit claustrophobic here. But basically, you use the bomb to activate the other bomb. Then you use the bomb again as a spin jump platform to go upstairs. And then you can get through to the top half of the level. The Wiggler we probably worry about when we come back down. This doesn't solve the problem of which bomb I take with me to the other side, though, so it may still be incorrect. Whoops. One moment. Let's not jump. Let's let this guy walk. Yeah, this is going to be a problem, unfortunately. Because I can kill that now, but then I don't have a platform to jump on. I feel like it was possible to, yeah, bop that bomb and then... Oh, you know what? No, I've got an alternate solution to this. You can blow those blocks up in advance using the mushroom earlier with a damage boost, so you don't have as much of a timing check. This sequence just requires one small alteration. Because once you bop this and hit the icicle, you still have some invincibility frames that allow you to go through... I mean, I need to do things a little bit faster, but you can clearly do it. You can clearly do it. You need to be fair. Whoops. That's wrong. You need to be fairly quick about it. But wow, Newt Nits coming in with a party of 54. Let's give you a huge shout out. Newt Nits having just returned to streaming Scrabble. And GeoGuessr, for that matter. So yeah, thank you for bringing everybody over here. I see that it must have been quite a fun evening over there. I was there for a little bit earlier, before I was getting started up myself. And yes, indeed, Zola King. Lots of people worth following that we like to show off in the stream if you are into said brainy games. Whoops. I remembered not to jump in that location. We have this sequence kind of roughly sorted out, though. Okay, pop this, come through here, drop, and then we come up through here. Gradually assembling this sequence. So yeah, we're currently playtesting a logic puzzle. And through a couple of steps that we might be some ways off just yet. Okay, there we go. That's going to activate the on-off switch again, which is good because we will need it to do a second activation down below. I still haven't solved the problem of where I'm going to get an additional bomb to carry with me, but... activating the on-off switch bounces a star. You need to do a second activation for the star to bounce over to the right side, and then eventually drop in to the right. This still not solve the problem of where I'm getting the additional bomb. Because I think it requires me to break the icicle somehow, and then drop on top of this guy. And if I can break the icicle, I drop on top of this, I grab the bomb. It probably has something to do with the Buzzy Shell, actually, once we cut through the Wiggler. Let's see it. Anyway, star's gonna come out. I feel like the sequence is going to be something like this, that you use the Buzzy Shell to hit the bomb and maneuver it up. That would activate it. I don't have a good way to get upstairs from there. But basically you would kind of need to hot potato it over at that point. If you have a star, you can kill the Wiggler. But you would also kill the Buzzy, and that would not really be great. Also notice that was sent to Goomba all the way across this time, which is not good because we actually needed it to activate the on-off switch a second time. However, we have access to the B switch. No, we don't. In order to access the P-switch, we would have had to bomb the question block with a muncher, which you can do with good timing, but it feels like that's probably unintended. Like if you do an up throw or something at the right moment with the question block on the right, you can potentially take the flying bomb and blow it up and then hit the P-switch and loop around a level an additional time. Maybe. That doesn't feel quite right, though. Also notice there's a pink coin here somewhere for... Oh, that's probably for the next section. Not for this one. Anyway, I feel like this might be a blown attempt already because of the fact that we can't access the on-off switch with the Goomba already here in this position. I kind of see what's happening in that when you hit the on-off switch up top, come back down, and... Oh, I see. No, the Goomba is over there because it was previously used for the up throw while the P-switch was still active. And then it walked to the right when we actually needed it to walk to the left. So the Goomba, once it hits that block, needs to be thrown to the left, so it's trapped on this side. It's a small adjustment, we can make it though. It's going to make doing everything with a flying bomb follow a pretty precise timing though, so let's get back up over here. Hit this, come through here. Wait for the switch to activate. Allow this guy to come back. Toss that. Oh, forgot to do the whole... Oh no, I needed to spin jump on top of that to get up top. But we now have the correct sequence, I think, because that preserves the Goomba, which then allows you to grab the star. It does not allow you to grab the second bomb yet, which is still a problem. So we're still missing one piece of the puzzle. And I still haven't done anything with the whole Buzzy and Wiggler thing that is on that side. Oh, whoops. Missed that. And as you can see, if the Goomba is off screen, the note block will not spawn something to destroy the bomb. If I just leave the Goomba on the cloud, it can't walk right. Oh yeah, I wonder why that happened earlier then. I guess I wasn't really paying attention. Yeah, I did something to displace it earlier that I wasn't paying attention to, I guess. I picked it up and put it down to the right. Okay, I didn't realize that. I was probably doing that completely unconsciously. Okay, grabs a star. Like I said, we need to figure out what to do with this guy here. But if we repeat the same interaction with the Goomba, then we're able to grab a star and maybe do something over here. I feel like it is going to be some kind of like up throw or something towards the bomb to get it displaced, but the star would obviously get you to kill the Wiggler, and the thing is we have access to additional stars so long as we're able to do it back and forth with the on-off switch. The other thing is that using a Buzzy would allow me to hit the top on-off switch from the side if I need to toggle it. I have my doubts about that for a number of reasons though, because some of these blocks are expended. Oh, hey look, no, there's a bomb right here for me. Because when we clipped the wings of the flying bomb earlier, we did not activate it. Okay, no, we've got it, we've got it. I've solved it. That was not actually too much of an issue. And a star is in fact just going to cut straight through the Goomba when we're on to the other side. Oh, no. Okay, hang on. And I don't actually need to race the Goomba over because the on-off switch would no longer obstruct me at that point. Okay, we have it. I've actually solved it. I'm pretty sure. Unless there are any other surprises awaiting. Okay. It was actually in better shape than I thought with the Goomba interaction. No, I destroyed that bomb, though. And... no, because we don't want to spin jump, because spin jump kicks the bomb. We need to do just a normal jump to clip the wings and have the bomb continue to travel in that direction. Okay. Very small nuance there that we just need to correct. No spin jumps. Up we go. And let's hope we didn't miss a step along the way. Okay. I wonder what this whole thing on the left is for then, because I have no idea what's going on with the Buzzy Shell and the Wiggler in that case. Like, I don't even know what this is for. Because we're not interacting with it at all. I guess we'll find out when I see what kind of critical step of... Oh, I see. No, I understand. We've already spawned this once. The Goomba isn't going to give me the on-off activation because we've already done that. Which means we need to figure out how to get a shell up there so we can hit the other on-off switch from the side, grab the star, and then come down with a star and the bomb. So I needed to kill this thing to access the Buzzy as soon as possible. So yeah, because while we're upstairs, we need to be holding a Buzzy Shell. Now, I don't have anything even close to that interaction yet because we are going directly from the Goomba throw up to the Buzzy Shell and then up. Potentially it has something to do with this blaster here, but let's see. Yeah, because P-switch spawns, the Buzzy goes over, and it gets trapped, the Wiggler starts walking. The Wiggler is going to completely cover it. One thing that we could have done is use a flying bomb to kill the Wiggler. But if we do that, I don't have a good solution to the on-off switch. Because let's say you fire Buzzy Shell at the on-off switch up there. It looks like it is going to die to that immediately, so you can't actually do something to grab the second bomb afterwards. Yeah, fundamentally we need more bombs. Because we'll need to do that activation up top. So we're still missing a step. This has got to be first, though. This bit here. I sound like a country at war. Yeah, I usually do. That's how puzzles get solved. Even in peacetime. So was there a way that we can get a shell at this point? If we grab that bomb, hit the Wiggler, then we would need some other way to get up here. Because we'd be missing a platform to jump on to get into this location. So the question is, do we have a way to move the Wiggler out of the way and obtain a shell before we get to this location? The other thing that's possible is that if you have a timed activation on the on-off switch, like you place a bomb here, then you can once again do the P-switch activation on the bottom corner and do one additional loop through the level. But at that point, you would be unable to spawn a bomb. Can I grab the Goomba again and throw it at the Wiggler? No. Here's the reason. You can't get the Goomba through this slot because that's an invisible block, and any kind of up throw will make contact with it. So in terms of killing the Wiggler right now, I don't actually see how I'll do it, but if you somehow take a damage boost next to it and then drop into a bomb, then yeah. But at that point, we already don't have the mushroom. That would be one way to do it, is to take a damage boost through the middle of the Wiggler and then grab it. That doesn't give you much time to get on top of the bomb to go up top, though, because you have a very limited amount of time to do that whole interaction. Now, here's one important thing. We haven't done anything with the Bullet Blaster. Oops. We haven't interacted with it at all. We know that the P-switch interaction kills it. But I wasn't really paying a great deal of attention to that. I guess the P-switch prevents it from spawning. So yeah, notice how the blaster drops one slot. P-switch prevents it from spawning. Which is why we haven't seen it lately. I feel like the Bullet Blaster is going to give me something important if we figure out some way to raise it. But it's just going to straight up die if the P-switch is active, which it will be if I'm going through the P-door. Yeah, this stuff we understand so far. That kills my access to the bomb, which is why I don't like it. Is there another on-off switch we can activate at this stage in the level? I don't think so. I think the opening sequence is correct still. We have most of the early steps in place. I may be doing this step prematurely. Yeah, because we're able to drop through. We're then able to put something in this slot. This looks too suspicious not to be a thing. Like, it could be a shell that makes contact with it. It could be a bomb that does a delayed contact with it. It could be a large number of things. It could even be this bomb when we bump it up again. We drop down a list. If we drop down in that column, rather, we have another bomb. We can, once again, destroy the muncher if we want to loop through the P-switch. This bomb, this will be my only chance at this bomb, though, because it's spawned from the block. There's nothing else I can do with it. If I can do something else to place something here, perhaps to move the muncher further. Sorry, move the wiggler further. That'd be good. One thing even is just the activation of the P-switch again, because doing so would... I don't think it would drop the wiggler. Wiggler would remain buzzy, but we're missing one thing. Also, I haven't found any use for this thing at the beginning. It might just be... well, it's there to protect the Goomba from despawning. If the Goomba is going back and forth. That seems to be the main thing. Man, you had to go to sleep? Yeah, thanks for dropping by anyway. Sorry we couldn't get to you today. You get some rest. I know I've been taking quite a while on puzzle here, but that's how puzzle playtesting will often go. Let me see what we're doing for the list currently as well. Let's just take a look. Okay. That may be manageable. Depending on who stays and who goes. Anyway, we have the Buzzy available to me if A, I take damage, or B, I destroy the Wiggler. How can we destroy or move the Wiggler? We can take a bomb, we can take a star. We would need to activate the P-switch once again. Go through the door, which can be done if and only if we do bomb destruction down below. That seems like it's the only thing worth trying at this point, but at the same time that it causes too many problems to really be valid. Because you would come back over here, the P-switch would be activated. You would still not have access to anything interesting. Like, all that destroying the muncher block would do is give you access to the P whenever you want. Maybe that's useful. But yeah, we have a big problem with this Wiggler here. But I'd need to get back up anyway, so ideally I'd find some way to move the Wiggler over, such that I would be able to jump on it while holding this shell. Then I go up top, I fire the shell at the on-off switch, I drop into the right, I pick up this bomb and the star as it comes down, and that's it. But fundamentally, I need an object available to me up there. I do not currently have it. Is there something we can do with the Goomba? Yes, there is. Okay, here's the thing we didn't realize about the blaster column. I can up throw the Goomba here. That's how we send it through. We couldn't do it when the blaster was up, but now that it was disabled by the P-switch, the Goomba goes up through here. We grab it, we fire it at the Wiggler, we grab the shell. The Goomba is still alive, meanwhile. From the throw? Maybe it is. And we can use it to get upstairs. That took me way too long. I knew this blaster column looked suspicious. But it took me a while to kind of look at the height of that cloud and think, okay, the cloud is there for a reason. This isn't a shell trap or anything. We just need to do all this stuff. Whoops, too slow. Okay, we got it. I think. As long as there are no other major surprises. We probably needed to throw the Goomba right away, actually, because I need to... Yeah, we can't really stall with that. I don't have a chance to come back down here later because we need to take the shell. No, yes we do. We can take our time. No, that's okay. We can take our time. Let's do it the patient way first, because bomb goes away quickly enough that we have to take it right away. Yeah, so we just let the Goomba rest in this position without displacing it further. Very tempting to nudge the Goomba out of the way. We need the bomb. We pop this. Come back down. I drop through here. Let the Goomba wake up. We then sneak across this one-way panel over here. I then try not to activate this block by mistake. I let the Goomba wake up so we avoid any issues with it waking up while it's in my arms. Let's just let it wake up without popping it all the way there. Soft drop it. Yeah, let's have it walk back and forth. Because that's what it'll do. Oh, drop that guy. We have to remember, actually, to kill the Goomba. Nope. Oh, that's bad, that's bad. And that's a long reset. Okay. No, we need to jump all the way up. Yeah, given the sort of density and complexity of the layout, I don't know if there's a good way to make it gentler about letting the player reset, or having some kind of intermediate progress check, so the resets don't kind of take you all the way to the start, but it might be unavoidable. But you might also have some additional spacing to play with if some of this signaling that you're doing is sort of done elsewhere, like in a prologue scene or something. Or in some way that allows you to scout what the exit is going to look like. because there are a couple of things here that are very exit dependent. Like, I should play the puzzle first so I don't have timing issues like that. But, for example, if you do something like get the key door really early, it would be nice if you had some way to just go back through the level and then we're doing this too slowly again. If you had some way to go back through the level and actually continue to complete it after getting some scouting information. Basically, like, I'm far enough in the puzzle now that, you know, I'm not thinking so much about things like signaling anymore in terms of the requirement for completing it, but as a fresh player going in, some of that can probably be cleaned up. Because there are a few things that are a little opaque at first glance, like the placement of the key. And also just a star and bomb requirement in general if you don't have a good way to see the ending scene. We displaced a Goomba once again. Yeah, like, I feel like for the shell throw, you would want the shell to at least return to you and be recoverable, or have some kind of shell trap. This is too slow. Let's redo it. Because losing the shell like that at the end is maybe not great. The actual logic and flow of the solution itself is really good. It's just that a lot of this design is definitely very kind of lock and reset heavy. In a way that would probably require a pretty substantial reworking to solve properly. So, let's see. And at this point, you know, the stuff that's actually in the puzzle is intricate enough that it's difficult to kind of implement that without breaking and having to redo a lot of stuff. But anyway, we got the Goomba in the right place this time. For the most part, though, it's a short enough sequence that it shouldn't matter too much. Let's let him wake up. I'm gonna do this instead, because then we kill the Goomba directly. Oh, we need to not kill the bomb, actually. This is a problem. I needed to grab the bomb before the star comes down. Otherwise it just dies. Yeah, that was a slight problem. That's going to require an adjustment at the end, and that's a kind of timing-based adjustment. Where I need to pick up the bomb and then grab the star, which is very clear, but... And is also why you're giving the star a little bit of time to bounce, I know. Which is something else that makes me think that maybe that shell throw should be able to be done at a greater distance, I suppose. Like, having to get in close with the shell throw and understand that you have to do things quickly to get across might feel a little bit tight. In that it's naturally going to be execution dependent. Yeah, because, like, looking at this, you know, it's sort of intuitive that you would think, okay, like, clearly you need to grab the bomb first and then grab the star. But at this point, obviously if you've gotten to this stage in the solution, you would understand that the bomb is going to be in a trap and you can grab it. But it is off camera, and these things can be difficult to estimate in terms of understanding just how quickly the star is going to go through. I know that given the placement of this switch and given the fact that it's interacting with this first trigger, Might be a little difficult to set that up. But having like more of a remote interaction with that might be beneficial. Yeah, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to get a jump on that Goomba with an up throw on the shell like I did earlier, which seemed like the safest way to do it. It's not too painful to reset once you do understand the whole solution, simply because you can walk through it without too many issues with memory trouble in terms of understanding the sequence that's involved. But definitely some things like the invisible block over define can be a bit of a pain point if you are, whoops, going through this quickly. And I know that right now it is kind of required to prevent somebody from just up-throwing the Goomba through here immediately. Whoops. But it is very easy to just accidentally activate on future passes. Like I was saying, I don't know if there's a good way around that. You do signal it as clearly as possible. Like I noticed on my first pass that it was an invisible block and also understood what it was for. I think it's well communicated. It is just something that is likely to cause accidents. I don't know if there's a good alternative to that right off the top of my head. Anyway, let's hit this. Come back down, grab the Goomba. Notice that bomb. Let's actually set it down. Up throw and then spin jump, yeah. Whoops. Hang on. Like I was saying. Kind of wish the game gave us more options for you know, creating object throw gates like that, but I guess we work with the constraints that we have, and that's what is in the spirit of a puzzle. You just understand what you can do with the limitations of the current game mechanics and put it before a player who understands it the same way. There we go. Let's go quickly. Oh shoot, bomb. I need to hot potato through here. Oh no. I dropped it and I stood too close and the star killed it. That was something that I should have anticipated, but bit of a painful way to go. Yeah, that's the thing about the star. Doesn't mix that well with object handling, unfortunately. At least when it comes to enemies. Anyway, I've mapped out the solution for a while. It's just passing the execution checks at this point. And we're going to flow through this relatively efficiently. Race the star over. The way the star falls in is very straightforward, at least. Okay, let's stand aside. Drop this. Let's see, make sure the Muncher landed somewhere safe. Oh, I can't actually go back down to see that. Okay. Okay, it dropped through the bumper. That's good, that's good. And I see you had some kind of big temporary build going for a different section. Anyway, thank you so much for the GG. And for the level. And yeah, I hope that was a useful playtest. A couple of interactions that you probably didn't anticipate, like, you know, the Goomba throw up to the shell on the scouting vine on the left side. Like I said, I don't know why exactly you decided to leave the scouting vine on the left side that short. I know there's a certain limitation to it, but if you're able to give the player access to the whole layout, I don't see why you wouldn't do it. And some of the signaling currently, I think, might not really be communicating what you want it to communicate, and as you were saying, you're going to build additional sections around it to try to make that a little bit more scoutable. But even when you're telling the player, like, here's a star, here's a bomb, I feel like it's a better solution to just give the player some way to preview what the ending screen or the ending gate with the thwomp and the bomb looks like. Like, in some ways, it's more satisfying to look at that and say, okay, here's a bomb, here's a hard block. I know exactly what I need to do. Instead of having to decode what you're trying to communicate inside the wall with the star and the bomb. Because, like, when I see a star and a bomb inside the ice blocks, one of the first things I'm thinking is, okay, how do I blow that up? Or am I going to get fire from the blaster? Or something like that. And in general, I guess I favor sort of relying as little as possible on visual signals that you need to kind of decipher, and more on just reasoning from the level itself. And just you know, being able to see the gate is probably a better solution. The puzzle itself, though, I think is great. The solutions along the way were all very satisfying. I see. So it's meant to be something that will make sense in the sequence of the super world. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. It's like if the player is accustomed to that notation by that point, then that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't understand that the signaling was going to be done in the super world format. I thought that it was something you were building into the level, but no, that makes sense. Anyway, thank you for the patience of everybody waiting behind that one. Luca, you are next. And Luca, oh yes, Luca, I guess this was the request to try to do the coin path in your level from earlier today. Depending on the difficulty, I don't know if I'll spend that much time on it, Luca, but we'll give it a try. It will depend partly on who's actually still here after you. Let me just do a quick check. Shigo, Gotcha, YOLO, GM. Let's see. Sorry, let me just take a look at what our current status is. I think we've had a few drops, understandably, given how long I spent on the last one, so... Yeah, because right now... yeah, we'll do yours, we'll do... Yolosophy. We'll do the next GM. Luca, if you're able to stay, would you be willing to trade places? Since this is a repeat, and since next GM is also a repeat, would you be willing to let Yolosophy go first, if Yolosophy is still here? I think the other two have dropped. But just so we can get new people in first. Yeah. Just wanted to check if you were able to stay first. We'll do a quick check for that. Let me just do some queue clearing, because I think Ichigo has dropped. And I think Gotcha has dropped. And if YOLO doesn't check in, then Luca, I'll do yours first. But I still see them on the online list. Whoops. So let me just do a few checks here. Gotcha, I think, has dropped. And then we'll just continue doing this. So, Yolosophy, if you are here, you're welcome to check in, and I can do yours first. If you are lurking or otherwise not here, I will do Lucas first. And we'll just swap around as necessary. I'm just going off what Twitch is telling me about who's online. Which is occasionally not very up to date, so. Okay, Luca, let's just do yours first instead then. And do a bit of a coin hunt. So yeah, I may be able to take my time on this then. Okay, nothing yet. Let's try to get in position here. And last time I just didn't notice a lot of coin placements. So we'll just try to be a bit more attentive this time. Oh, was there something on the right side? Or was that just dunking me somewhere? Because I guess that's technically a branching path. Yeah, except you would need some height to do that. Right, no, because you kind of need a crisscross to get to the on-off switch, so I'm just taking the standard path. Okay. Oops. You can get there after hitting an on-off, yeah. Exactly. It didn't build up enough of a charge. That cat time to take these down one by one, I certainly hope so. Yeah, if we do it quickly, we may be able to do a reopening for people who haven't come in. Or we could try to finish off by returning to the next GM level that I couldn't finish earlier. And actually, next GM, if we have time, that might be a good thing to do, is that we might actually return to the level that I dropped. If you're able to stay to watch it, of course. Whoops. So I'm not really there for enough time. That's curious. No, next GM, leave your traditional level in. We'll do that one first, because I don't know how we'll be doing for time. So I'll prioritize the traditional one you sent, and then we'll make our decision just based on when I finish. I wonder why I'm not building enough of a charge to that time. Maybe I do need to keep going. Oh yeah, that's right, that's right. And that's the coin down there, yes. That one we had gotten previously, yeah. Right, now I understand this. And you were trying to tell me about this earlier. That's right, with the speed that you build up from that guy. Now, we missed something, didn't we, around here? Let me just check this loop. Oh, hey, this kind of looks like a blooper. Like a frozen ice sculpture blooper that has slowly fallen apart. What is through the door? It is a blooper. Yeah, I thought so. In fact, the more I look at this level, the more the designs look like faces. And I know that Luca is kind of specific enough about aesthetics that this is no accident, that these are all meant to be creatures or something. Whoops, not quite. Okay, left side. Yes, that's the one I missed earlier. That's one of the ones I didn't even see, so we'll go back and get that. They're written in the description. Okay, I've already forgotten the description. I tend to forget the description text as soon as I enter the level, which is why it has never made sense to me that Nintendo went to the trouble of implementing description text in the pause screen for the tutorial campaign, but not for playing through any levels themselves. Which would be very useful too to people playing Super Worlds or Endless, in terms of being able to, you know, see any verbal guidance that is available to those of us who punch in codes manually. Okay, there we go. Oops. No, we can probably go back. There's no. We need to reset this one. I see a brick over here too that probably contains something I can hit. Middle. We have 100 seconds to do this and get to the checkpoint. Whoops. Yeah, they do display the clear condition, I suppose, but often it's the description text that really matters and helps. Yeah, as I thought, it's a 1-up. Let's just charge up here again. Okay. So we've got 2 coins. Luca, I don't know if that's on pace. But that is 1 more coin than we had previously at this location, so... And I know about one of the other ones I missed. Did see it, though. 2 more in this part, okay. We will likely hit timeout. Nope, it's too soon on that one, always. Ah, yeah, okay, I see. That's 1. Well, might as well practice it if we can get back to it within the next 30 seconds. Looks like a pretty specific slot to get to, though. And I will probably hit timeout before I see it. Oops. Yeah, timeout's gonna happen. They're kind of supposed to be like the strawberries in Celeste. Yeah, that makes sense. I think most of the Celeste tribute levels I've ever seen involve optional pink coins in that fashion. Okay, there we go. Got that one efficiently. Now let's actually clear the rest of this segment on time. Okay. Another one-up spot in the top left. I missed it. But it's there. Nope. We want to circle around to that one. Yeah, long way back, but we'll make it. No. Hang on. Do I need to take damage for that? That's... probably not the case, but... yeah, because I guess the icicle would have dropped by the time I made it over there. Oops. No, I didn't think you would ever need to take damage in this, just given the rest of the design I see here. Whoa, no. Way overshooting. I'm overshooting just by jumping in that location at all. I think I need to pull back a bit. Or rethink it some other way. Yeah, because that's going to drop, and then while the icicle is down, you need to get there fairly quickly. Something that I didn't notice? Oh, probably. I have to read everything fairly quickly here. Oh yeah, the spring on the bottom right. Yep. Yeah, interesting that the spacing there prevents you from just doing even a small controlled jump. That has a unique solution which involves going down to the spring. Bouncing your way up. Anyway, I got 300 seconds to sort out this section. And I believe I'd seen the remaining coin previously. Because that would just be the safety. Nope. Not enough momentum there. Oops. Okay. Let's go up. And all the way over. And I believe that should be it with the safety coin over here, yes. So let's see the secret. Ooh, a secret section, excellent. Got 2:30 seconds to do this before we take key death. And it is, of course, kind of like the equivalent of one of those massive crystal hearts, or no, it's actually just a big strawberry. It is actually just a giant strawberry. Snake block, and oh, this is where the creamery is going to be. Can we actually go down any of this stuff? Doesn't seem so. Yeah, just coin blocks on all of these. I can't actually see my timer from here. Ah, 185 or so, okay. But what if we... Okay, no, you actually do have to light up the strawberry, otherwise there's no way to get upstairs. And then you have to deactivate everything again to go through. Luca, no, I actually do remember that now, I think. I played Celeste 4 years ago, as you were signaling here with 4YM Celeste. And you actually caught me with a troll that time, which you didn't the first time, so now we've seen it. Because I had pre-dropped the icicle, and I didn't realize I was going to be dunked there, because I did activate the bomb the last time, but not quite like that. Yeah, very nice key death. And I guess that means we lowered the clear rate. Yeah, you didn't expect me to pre-drop the icicle, right? Because it's a perfectly fine troll if you don't pre-drop the icicle, and if you just have a tiny moment of tension there for yourself to recover. And yeah, Natcat, Celeste did come out in January 2018. I talked about this in the beginning of the stream because it was the thing that tore me away from Xenoblade 2 for a while, which was kind of a massive commitment at the end of 2017. The icicle is for the player to try the coins again, okay. Well, that didn't quite work out, so. That's going to be a win anyway. We did what we came to do. And then we'll look at next GM's level. Well, we'll do a second call for Yolosophy first, but if Yolosophy has not decided to check in. Because sometimes people go long-term AFK or fall asleep during the stream or something. We will remove. Okay, so here's the priority order. Next GM, we're going to do your level. Afterwards, I know Fuya asked me much earlier in the stream if I could pop in an additional level right around the time I closed the queue. I'm going to open up for Fuya if you're still here. If I have time after this level. And then after that, we'll see how we're doing, and we might go back to the next GM's mold level from much earlier. So let's do this quick one first. That's going to be the sequence. Oh, that's an S. Okay. There you go. Okay. GM 301, Mario gets a concussion. Head bonk, head bonk. Previous courses made by me here. Oh, I see. It's just a link to maker code. No, it's a link to your other maker code, because this maker code is like the 4th one in your giant run of 100 level profiles. Once again, another record here by Dario Man, which we've come to expect. Dario has tons of world records on these Natcat, if you've seen them before, because next GM has just turned out. a huge, huge list of levels. Yeah, head bonk, head bonk. I can see why. It's not much headroom here. Very low ceilings throughout this whole thing. Whoa, okay. Thought I could salvage that. But dealing with low ceilings seems to be the main thing we're going to be doing here. Whoops, okay, fine. No Yoshi for me then. That means I can actually use these guys, which will not completely help me here, but... Okay, gonna tail that carefully. And yeah, pretty much just straightforward low headroom platforming. Okay. That worked out better than I expected. Yeah, I can see that these would be, as usual, fun to speedrun. Because here, you're not just getting continuous bounces, you do need to strategize when it comes to picking up and tossing shells just to clear the path. Fire flowers are going to be so useful against Buzzy Beetles. Anyway, let's move on and miss. We could spin jump around these, but that would be almost too clever. A cape would help you kind of suspend some of your landings, and so it would be an interesting power-up. Probably much more useful. It would also allow you to whip through things. But it's true that it would be used in a level like this more as a flotation tool, since you can never really build up room to fly anyway. Okay, we're going to do a very quick reopening for Fuya Fuya. And then we'll see where to proceed from there. I can run a little longer than usual today, so... Typically I close off, or aim to close off at around a 4-hour mark. With viewer levels, we consistently go way too far over that. But today I can actually stay, so... we might as well squeeze in what content we can. So yeah, you'll want to resubmit the code if you want in, though, because it has been so long at this point. I just heard from them a few minutes ago. Let's see if we have a code coming in. Yeah, you might want to use the add command for that. If you wanted to display on the bot. I don't need to do it, but... it's totally going to display as next GM submission, but that's okay, we know it's by Fuya Fuya. Let's... punch this in. Falling Man-Eater version 0.8. Quite a challenge and a short one. Interesting. Clear condition on this one as well. So let's see. Some kind of vertical drop where I need to tap the Raccoon Tail a lot, presumably. Reach the goal as Raccoon Mario? Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, this is just decorative. No reason to... Whoops. Well, we already failed that. Let's scout ahead anyway, just to see what's going on. So yeah, it's the early part of the level is telling you that all of the coin columns drop towards a spike. So we actually want to go between the coin columns whenever possible. Because staying on the coins is always going to be a bad idea. The coins are in fact specifically meant to be a signal telling you not to do that. And we can probably whip a lot of the wigglers as we go down. Electro Dude, welcome. Whoops, bad idea. Yeah, doing precision through single columns like that is not going to happen. So let's find a bit of a wider berth. Try to avoid those situations. Oh no, I was trying to get a whip there, but if I do that, I'll need to sustain my location a bit better than how I've been doing, so. I was hoping to whip these guys up top. And they bounced me up instead. Yeah, because if I don't deal with them here, I will have to deal with them at the bottom. You think it's better to just fall? Well, we'll see. But this way, there's more killing. You're almost certainly correct about that, but I want to try it this way anyway, just to see if it works. You actually get another leaf through the pipe anyway, so there's no need to pick up the first one if you want to speed through this. Yeah, it's better to just fall. Because then at least you can outpace them, and then possibly even do so at the pipe at the end. Yeah, because if you suspend upwards for too long, they do kind of catch up to you. Whoops. Whoops. Giving me plenty of warning not to go down there. As I said earlier, we could just go straight down the pipe. Let's not do that. Read this a little more accurately. Oh, whoops. It's so tempting, psychologically, to just constantly go for coins. Because so much about Mario just trains you to do that. Really have to remind myself to go for open spaces here instead. And think about the coins basically as walls, soft walls. Really difficult to break that habit, though. Oh, okay, didn't expect that guy. So maybe we should stay reasonably centered just to avoid inconvenient spawning locations. Nope, you do need to outpace them if you can. Yeah, next gem, that sounds like a pretty risky idea. I've seen concepts like that done well before, but they're definitely challenging. Zola King, yeah, basically padded walls, except without, I mean, Zola King, that really kind of makes you think, right, about troll levels and anti-soft locks, where you're just kind of smashing yourself against bumpers all the time. I guess from a story perspective, a troll level is already kind of in the mind of a mental patient or something, so... You can potentially find a safe path by memory. I'm not going to do so, though. Yeah, the thing is, the coin trails are of different lengths, so the higher coin trails don't necessarily indicate higher spikes. And that's the thing that you have to be careful with. Okay, thank you for giving me first clear. On this version, at least. I hope that worked out. And so, yeah, there was a little bit of guesswork involved in terms of knowing what kind of diagonals were going to open up as I was falling, since the lengths of the coin trails weren't always going to give me accurate information as far as I know. But the concept on the whole, as you can see, once you have it click and once you visualize the coins as things that should be treated as very severe warnings, that goes well. Yeah, because that time was just a straight free fall and I had a very good whip at the end. And I skipped the first leaf at the beginning, so that time is not particularly tight, but I can see why it beat the clear check. There was definitely some room to move around with that one, so thank you very much. Now let's mark that as a win. Oh, I didn't even punch that in as next, did I? So much for the bot display. Let's mark that as win. Next GM, let's go back to yours from earlier. And thank you so much, Fuya Fuya. Glad you managed to stay for that. And that I could fit that in. So yeah, next GM we'll see if I can get back to checkpoint relatively quickly. If any of the muscle memory from earlier still remains. But yeah, like I was saying much earlier with this level, it's the seemingly easy stuff that kills you. For sure. Very deceptive that way. Oops. But I think I should be able to make it back in no time. Well, not in no time, but in a reasonable amount of time. And if we don't, then I'll bail on it. And yeah, that's the thing next jam. It's all about doing sort of medium difficulty things consistently and perfectly. And quickly. Which is sometimes the problem here. Because your finesse with some of these jumps has to be quite good. And your reaction time when it comes to controlled jumps also has to be pretty clean. And yeah, we'll give this a decent shot, I hope.
This is starting to go smoothly again, somewhat. And yeah, just lots of jump control where it's easy to push in just a little bit too hard. Whoops. Okay. Able to do that. Still, we know how the first segment is going to go. That's already a big time saver in itself, just to have a good idea of where we're headed. And to have some of the strategies in areas like this worked out already. Okay, let's do this. I've seen 80% of the second segment too, but only a few times. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what's going to be ahead of the big coin drop in part 2. Nope. Yeah, after a little while you get into the rhythm of it. Nope, I could kind of feel I was overshooting on that one. Okay, through here again. But yeah, if it takes me a little too long to get back, and I may save it, but just need one good clean attempt in the first half here. And it took me forever the first time, but hopefully the ending segments don't give me any issues. And yeah, I think that's the thing that makes levels like this pretty approachable, is that, you know, the boundary, I think, often between like hard platforming and things that are sort of considered Kaizo is that here, at least, you have everything you already need to know from playing a lot of standard platforming. Like, you don't need to learn a skill set that's specific to Kaizo levels. With the possible exception of some of the up throws, but even that is not really too bad. You know, relative to actual item abuse tricks that are required to boost your jumps and so on. So from the perspective of, you know, somebody who's just come in from playing a lot of standard Mario, for instance, you can look at this level and you don't actually have to learn new tech to do it, right? Like you have the skill set that you need. It's just a matter of applying it. And there's still a fair bit of variety to it, and it's not like it's the same thing the whole way through. Like even a second section that looks comparatively plainer still has a lot of spacing tricks to it. You do need to deal with a lot of ice momentum, though. Like, this is all about making small corrections. It's always interesting to think about the platforming genre in general and which skills in it are transferable between games or game styles and which ones aren't. Because there are some things that are really domain specific, right? Where, you know, there's skill sets that are specific to a given series and don't really exit that series. And there are some other things that carry between games such that if you're good at one thing, you'll be good at all the other ones. Like, if you're thinking about something like item abuse tricks in Kaizo, there's no equivalent to that anywhere, because it's something so specific to both the Super Mario World and Mario Maker communities. And that's very difficult to imagine something like an official, commercially designed game that is reliant on tricks like that. Even when people think about hard platforming in a commercial context, like in Celeste and so on, you're not really dealing with that style of trick, which is, I think, what the appeal of the hack scene is to a lot of people who are doing Kaizo ROM hacks and such in Super Mario World. Like, it's something that can only really exist in a maker scene. Next GM, you have a similar one to this, but with hitting on-offs, yeah. I know that among your harder levels, the one that I had played was the one that had the Koopas wiggling everywhere over lava. And that was a while ago, I think. Nope, too much of a bounce the first time on that shell. Yeah, one thing that I've always found really interesting, though, is that there are definitely kinds of ideas in platforming design that it's very easy to take for granted, even if you're a very experienced player. And then so if you're taking that to a context where the platforming style is completely different, suddenly even somebody who feels like they should be really good at video games can feel very lost. And the kind of classic example of this is Nintendo players going over to something like Sonic the Hedgehog, which operates by completely different rules when it comes to exploration and branching paths and one-way gating and how all of that is handled, as well as the sort of momentum-based play in those games. It certainly took me a long time to sort of understand. Like, I don't think I really got Sonic until Sonic Mania. And you hear a lot of people have a similar experience, right? Where, you know, you can be a really experienced platformer player from the Nintendo style, and then being thrown out of that style is very jarring. It's not like that just with platformers too. Like when you kind of move between things like strategy games, that can often throw you off as well. Like if you're going from one paradigm into another one where the skill set is totally different in some unexpected ways. UI. Fuya Fuya, I would say that... I mean, I don't really know Classic Sonic deeply enough to comment on that in much detail, but I certainly remember my experience with Sonic 1 kind of being that way. Part of what makes Sonic Mania sell the concept a lot better, I think, is that the level design is much fairer. Such that even when you're going at high speeds, you don't feel like you're just going to ram into spikes at any second. There were definitely a lot of moments in Sonic 1 that kind of were like that, because it often felt like there was no sort of medium speed between dashing everywhere and just kind of stumbling everywhere like you're lost. Yeah, Next GM, it's sort of interesting how dominant that kind of very tightly packaged indie style was for a time. It kind of culminated in Celeste in many ways. It's not actually my favorite kind of thing, like the whole idea of having stuff that's super tight and super controlled, but with really quick checkpoints everywhere. It's obviously been a huge influence on Kaizo level difficulty. Like, I think, you know, even though a lot of the hack scene and a lot of Mario Maker predated Celeste, that there's a very strong affinity between those schools of design when it comes to how to think about things like lives and death and the length and pacing of segments. I find that I'm generally in favor of levels that give you more flexibility, but which also have a ton of variability to them in terms of having enough length to give the concepts breathing room. So the example of that would be something like a Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, for instance. Like, that's more my style, but obviously I have a great deal of respect for people who design in that sort of tighter Celeste-like context as well. It's just, in terms of personal preference, like, I kind of like the really large-scale stuff in games like Tropical Freeze. You know, where the levels are often in excess of 3 minutes, even if you're speeding through them, but which really have a way of giving you a satisfying experience whether you're going fast or going slow. Like, if people are thinking about designing traditional in this game, I think one piece of advice I often give is, you know, have you made an experience that is fun to play fast and fun to play slow? Where if you want to encourage exploration, is that something that is going to reward people who take their time? But at the same time, do things flow smoothly enough that going fast is also going to be satisfying in its own way? Now, that's specific to traditional, of course, so like different level styles are going to have other attitudes towards that. And yeah, Luca, I agree. Celeste is very good at the thing that it does. It's just that that kind of tuning and pacing isn't really my first choice, let's say, but I obviously had a great time with it. I think, you know, given the format that it wanted and given the kind of game that it wanted to be, it was very successful at doing that, for sure. Okay, there we go. That was fairly efficient. After one big fail at the end earlier. But yeah, I keep telling myself I need to go back to Celeste and kind of relearn it. I didn't quite finish 100% of the B-side and C-side stuff. I did get all of the red strawberries fairly quickly. When I played it originally, I found that really satisfying, so... But at this point, it's been so long since I played the game that I would need to relearn it from scratch if I wanted to do the harder content. Okay, just a little bit short. That's the last area that's before the icicle segment, which I had only really reached once. You just beat the B-sides and you are about to beat Farewell. So yeah, I guess everything, Luca, is pretty fresh into memory for you. That area did give me trouble with the single-space moles. I kept thinking that I could probably just skip one mole and have an easier time, but I don't know if that's actually the case, given how low the ceiling is. You need to pull back pretty hard to do the single mole bounces, though, single space bounces. Yeah, this area is just all about changing up all the spacing, jump to jump. It's very simple and innocuous, but you actually need to be really on the ball to get through this chain. And yeah, just kind of clip that when turning back. We've made that mistake quite often. Nope. But yeah, I'm glad we got back here pretty efficiently. Didn't take too long, all things considered. Celeste was also the first game that really struck me with how many ideas were being borrowed from Super Mario Galaxy into 2D. I talk about this quite often, I think, but because I played a whole bunch of indie platformers and other such games last year, and you're beginning to see more and more of that Galaxy influence seep in, where you actually see tons of games now, you know, use some kind of gravity flipping mechanic or something else. But Celeste had more than just that. Like, it had quite a few segments that were clearly kind of post-Galaxy in a way that I hadn't seen quite so conspicuously in 2D up to that point. And it's interesting because a lot of that has kind of worked its way back into Mario Maker as well. Like, with a lot of the on-off platforming in Maker 2 in particular. Just right out of the gate in terms of people thinking about how they were going to use on-off switches for platform control. Like, a lot of that is kind of a direct line from what the Galaxy games were doing in 3D. Whoops. Have I played VVV, VVV, or however many Vs there are? I thought there was 6 Vs for some reason, but I actually have not played it. I know what it is, but I haven't played it. And yeah, I am kind of vaguely aware that it has an element of that as well. I mean, of course, if you think about it, Super Mario Galaxy was just a massive extrapolation of Raphael the Raven from Yoshi's Island. I recently saw a really good rendition of the Raphael the Raven fight, in fact, in one of the YMM levels in Maker 1. Like, I thought it was extremely clever how it was done to emulate the original boss. You never finished Celeste, Hollow Knight, or Metroid Dread? Metroid Dread, I don't know how far you got, but that's the easiest of the bunch. By quite a margin. I mean, it's still reasonably challenging in places, but in ways that are all about learning patterns. Like, the execution barrier is not too bad once you just kind of learn certain patterns and also certain interactions between your various powers and the enemies on the field. Like, the actual mechanics check is not actually that hard once you kind of figure out what to do. Which is probably why I clicked very well with it. I mean, I've always clicked well with Metroid. I've adored the series ever since I started playing it, but there's quite a lot in the recent games by Mercury Steam, so Samus Returns and Metroid Dread, where the bosses are more and more kind of pattern-based, for instance, and like, they seem really intense, but they actually are puzzle bosses in a way, where figuring out what to do is enough to get you through a lot. Yeah, it didn't quite curve that well. That's the same kind of ending as what you saw in the first segment. Very similar to Descent with 3 successive up throws. So we're seeing that for the first time, and it looks manageable. And yeah, next GM, I thought it was 6 Vs. I don't even know why I know that stuff, but because of a name that's kind of deliberately hard to read. I actually recently put in my second playthrough of Dread, like a very casual playthrough. Not doing much in the way of sequence breaking or tricks or anything like that, but it went really smoothly. I shaved off so much time, even just by playing casually. Because once you kind of understand the things that Dread is uniquely doing with map structure, and once you have a general sense also of what not to waste time trying, because you know what powers are coming and what you don't have, and what you're able to do at any given point. I could not believe how fast it went. And, you know, that's even coming from Metroid experience, where Metroid you usually expect that repeated playthroughs, when you understand a map, are going to be quick. But with Dread, I was not prepared for just how quick. I still have to do my hard mode clear on it at some point. Yeah, depending on your taste for kind of navigation and sort of map-driven problem solving, like the genre isn't going to sit well with everybody. I mean, I absolutely adore Hollow Knight, but one of the things that I kind of talk about with Hollow Knight much of the time is that it seemed to be the one game since Super Metroid that really felt kind of properly open, where there was still a structure to the game in terms of it's eventually funneling you to where you needed to go, but there was this sense that nothing was obviously going to be a main path versus a side path. Which is a problem I have with a lot of games that are in that format now, that like there's always just a little too much clarity of like, this is where you'll eventually want to backtrack for powers versus this is where the story goes. Now the thing is, once you understand the story and structure of Dread, it kind of has that same issue as well, where when you understand the way that the game communicates where the main path is going to be, you start just seeing the main path very obviously everywhere. And it feels less and less open the more you get a grip on it. And there's a particular thing that Dread does that leads to this result, but which is also kind of a built-in navigational aid to cover for a lower reliance on waypoints. But in terms of making things kind of very openly explorable in a way that doesn't feel like it's kind of obviously gamey in terms of like, here's the main trunk, here's the power-ups to the side. Super Metroid does that excellently, and Hollow Knight does that wonderfully. And very few games in the genre can actually be said to emulate that, because I think most of the ones I can think of are generally veering further and further towards wanting to be clear about destinations, and I guess catering more to players who are less patient about getting lost and less interested in the navigational problem. And yeah, Terminator, that's the thing about Dread, is that it has, on the first playthrough, a very interesting illusion of freedom in a way, where it's not locking you in as aggressively as a game like Metroid Fusion, which has some really questionable points of no return. But at the same time, it's kind of creating the illusion of openness by not having to give you waypoints simply because the main path is going to kind of emerge as the most convenient one. So it's a kind of game design that's not based on like strictly placing you anywhere, but just giving you like a convenient place to check first. But yeah, that's the thing, Zola King, is that like that's precisely the thing about Hollow Knight that players like myself absolutely love, and I think, you know, even people from that perspective understand that it is not going to sit well with everybody, that not everybody wants to be that lost. But the thing you have to understand about me in video games is that I do not follow instructions. I'm temperamentally very averse to following instructions and pushing through things in a linear order, which is also why I'm very bad at reading markers in Mario Maker when people want to show me guidance, you know, based on symbols, and here's a Z for spin jump, and here's a box for item throws and such. Like, I don't read that stuff very well. Which is why stuff like Hollow Knight and stuff like Breath of the Wild especially are games that sit very well with me because, you know, if you're not being given instructions and direction at a given point, you're not also constantly kind of defying instructions because you're just having a more naturally emergent experience. And what I'm saying about Metroid Fusion, I don't mean that as a knock against Fusion. I think Fusion is very good at the thing that it does. I replayed Fusion right before Dread, and I was very impressed with how much I liked it. Because I hadn't played it in a very long time, and when you do it as a New Game Plus, it's also less restrictive. Like, some of the blocking mechanisms in the endgame don't force you to finish in the same way that Fusion does when you play it for the first time. And yeah, Fusion's excellent. It does a lot of things very, very well. But it's also an extremely different game from the Metroid... from the Super Metroid format, rather. And I think back when there were fewer Metroid games and when the series seemed dead for the longest time, that was something that was harder to sort of accept because, you know, you're wondering when will we see something a little more open again. It's fascinating to kind of look at Metroid as a complete series in its current form after Dread has come out and just sort of remark upon how every game in a series actually has its own idea about how to do explorable map design. And yet they do still feel organically part of the same series. Like, every game still feels like a Metroid game in its own way. But you can look at all 5 of the main series games, and all of them give you a distinct template for how to think about a Metroid-style map. Where, like, if you talk about, okay, this is a Fusion-style game versus this is a Metroid 2-style game, like, you can just sort of instantly class what kind of map design you're talking about in a very distinct way. And I think that's true of Dread as well, in spite of the fact that Dread hasn't been out long enough to have imitators, per se. Like, I think you are going to see the Dread imitators soon enough when it comes to maps that feel like that. Yeah, Zola King, you're saying you're all for openness and less hand-holding, but at least explain what the player is meant to do. I didn't have a problem with that, to be honest. I don't remember really having trouble with that in Hollow Knight. But then I'm very much an explore and see what happens kind of player. So I probably just wasn't really craving that to begin with. But then, not just in video games, but also in books and film and such, I'm very accustomed to being asked to reconstruct a lot of stuff by implication. And, you know, puzzle things together from clues that are merely implied, so... And yeah, going back to what you said earlier, I played the second Ori game on stream last year. I enjoyed it very much. The first one I kind of had a few issues with, but most of those were pretty resolved in the second one, and not just because the second one was so obviously borrowing from Hollow Knight. Not in terms of the map design, but in terms of like things like the combat design and the character customization and building and so on. And it seemed like most of the things that changed from Ori 1 to 2 were... This is before Hollow Knight and this is after. But no, it wasn't even so much that, actually. It was that the platforming in the second one, in things like the escape sequences, were so much more refined. I always liked to describe the Ori games as Like, this is what happens if you have a Metroid-style game designed by somebody whose favorite part of Metroid are the escape sequences, because that's really what's Ori and the Blind Forest and Ori and the Will of the Wisps come down to. Like, they love setting up the linear platforming sequences that sometimes don't really mesh that well with the style of character progression in a Metroid game, because when you just have like one-hit kills all over the place and quick resets and all that, you know, you're not really taking advantage of building up a health pool over time or building up your character's power. But something about the way it was done in the second game just clicked for me in the way that first game didn't. Because the first game I thought like the escape sequences were pretty rough. Like, the kind of thing that's really fun to watch once you've played it, but in terms of reading it for the first time, maybe not as pleasant. The thing about levels like this one is that they actually are really conducive to conversation, as opposed to something like a puzzle level where I'm kind of walking through it the whole time. Here, because I'm pretty much focused entirely on execution at this point, it's actually possible to think about other games and talk about them while trying to play this. Because at this point, like, I know what I'm going for at every turn. I don't really need to think about it very much. Like, all the thinking is done in the moment. It's not really long-term planning. Which is probably one of the reasons why, you know, hard platforming and Kaizo tend to be so dominant as a streaming experience. Not just because a lot of the streamers who specialize in this kind of level are really good, and they are. But it's easier to be sociable in this kind of level than it is in many other styles. No, too low in that jump. I needed a higher bounce on the second one. I kind of overcorrected because I knew I needed a short bounce first to stay under the icicle and pick up the shell in time. Very small adjustment to make there. A Supernova, who am I executing? Someone might want to check the register for that. That's the issue with the guillotine, you know, once you separate the head from the torso, you had better keep a decent record of what belonged to what. Somebody's got to do the paperwork. Not a very fun job, but that's the way it goes. And welcome Merlin as well. Anyway, let's get back into this. So Supernova, I don't know if you have actually finished Cuphead. I haven't been hanging around on Twitch very much in the last week or so. So I'm kind of behind how everybody else has been doing. Oops. Fuya Fuya, I have not played Inscription, but I have seen some other streamers I know doing it, so I kind of have a rough idea of what it is. I don't have a good sense of the specifics, but I have had a couple of people mention it to me at this point. And Merlin, you just finished your first level for World 5 last night. Congratulations. Okay, there we go. Yeah, full jump is going to be fine on that set of icicles. I don't know why I'm cutting back on that one so much. Yeah, Electrodude, I guess that's maybe just... Supernova is a way of saying hello today. Seen too many naked pipes for one day, perhaps. Whoops. Anyway, let's get over here. Okay, there we go. How can I stay so calm, you're asking? Well, like I said, I'm kind of accustomed to levels that are more about long-scale continuity. And consistency. No, because fundamentally I know I can do this, right? Like, I also don't feel like I'm being mistreated by the level. I know that I'm dying to my own mistakes. I'm not dying to something that is blind or unfair or coming at me out of nowhere. I know specifically what I need to fix, and it's not a mystery. So you just kind of go back and you crash against it until it happens. Or until my fingers give out, which sometimes does happen. Merlin, that's a good answer as well. Actually, take Merlin's answer. That's a better one than what I can give. Anyway, let's go back. And back in. Okay, down. It kind of annoys me that I didn't get top coin there. It annoyed me enough that I didn't get the top coin there that it kind of threw me off with the last set of jumps, but... That's the kind of thing, you miss one coin like that and it just bugs you afterwards, or at least bugs me. Okay. Forward we go. And yeah, if we so Nukukaza is usually here, and Nukukaza's levels are all P-Balloon levels. Some of them are ultra precise, as in they take advantage of sort of pixel perfect mechanics involving P-Balloon momentum. And in many cases, you're not really even meant to finish them, like they're meant to be kind of tech demos for what you can do with edge cases of P-Balloon physics that nobody else is exploring. This means that with a lot of those levels, sometimes you wind up having to do really patient and careful precision movement over a long scale of time. You know, because you're kind of nudging the P-Balloon through tiny rotations this way and that. Some of these ideas are legitimately really interesting. And I say that as somebody who has not beaten that many of them, in spite of the fact that I've played a pretty huge list. Because it is stuff that, in many cases, nobody else is doing. And I say this as someone who also generally doesn't like precision. Because usually my problem with a lot of the kind of ultra claustrophobic precision levels in this game is that very often there's just no level design to talk about, right? Like you dodge the spike or you don't. But when there are actually some interesting game mechanics involved and a decent amount of variety to the obstacles that you're dealing with and how you're interacting with them, then okay, that's kind of worth looking at even if you don't think that beating it is really on the table. Big Bean Burrito on steroids, is that even legal? And if not, what part of that is illegal? Okay, here we go. And yeah, Supernova, that's pretty much my feeling about it as well, that, like, with super tight precision, obviously there are some players who have the technique for that down to a science, and that's their call if they enjoy that kind of thing. For my part, it often just seems like I can't actually progress through the level through, you know, any kind of cleverness or planning or understanding. Or visualization or anything like that. Like, it's either you execute it or you don't, right? Like, you know the pixel lineup or you don't. And to me, that's not nearly as interesting. Like, from a streaming perspective and from a playing perspective, I'd rather have stuff that I can describe meaningfully and talk about. But the skill set for those is kind of specific enough that I can see the appeal of watching streamers who know how to do it. I mean, not that it appeals to me myself, but I can see why it's popular elsewhere. It seems like, you know, in the rare cases that I check in on Mario Maker Reddit these days, which is mostly kind of a wasteland. There's a ton of just, you know, precision clip spam on there nowadays, and people are clearly just so impressed with it. Well, here's the thing, Fuya, is that you have a lot of room to adjust in a level like this, and if precision is kind of sufficiently roomy and light, that's what can make it fun, is that if you're going to be doing tons of finessed mid-air adjustments anyway, thank you so much for the resub, XGM. If you're going to be doing all kinds of like little finessed adjustments anyway, it's more fun if you have multiple ways to do it, and if you have enough room to feel like you're actually the one in control, and that you're not just being forced down one extremely specific path. As somebody who plays video games, I want to have options and I want to have some flexibility, which is why I value having some room to move, even if the landing has to be something pretty specific. Merlin, you think that it's... Actually, I meant to say that this level is fast pasta only if I am dying to spaghettiing out on it. Which has been often. No, that coin. Okay. We missed the left side column, but I got the top coin. That's the important thing. I now feel ready to die on the second column here. Supernova, I actually have no idea what Mario Maker Twitter even looks like, because I... well, I haven't actually looked at it. I don't even know who's on there, in fact. So I didn't know that Persia was sharing work there. Persia, for those who don't know, is this really great Korean maker who has managed to squeeze a lot of very thematically bold ideas out of Maker 2, in spite of the fact that Maker 2 is often a bit limited in that respect. Oops. Yeah, I'm told all the time that, you know, a lot of streamers try to maintain this parallel presence on a lot of social networks, where they'll have their Twitter and Instagram and... well, I mean, YouTube makes sense because of the kind of natural affinity between video content here and there, for people who want to keep an easy permanent record, so YouTube makes sense. I've actually never really promoted this stream off Twitch, apart from people kind of knowing me through Discord or other maker communities where they want to send me stuff to playtest and such. So I actually don't really do video game social media. So, next GM, I've been playing a fair bit of Maker 1 on stream lately, on the weekday streams, to go back to it after a few years off. And a lot of the veteran makers from Maker 1 noticed this immediately, that these are two very different games, in some ways. Part of it is for community reasons, in terms of, you know, what styles have emerged as dominant, and also where levels are being shared, and what kind of pacing or level of quality is expected, etc. but some of it is mechanical in the sense of what works differently between the two games when it comes to what the editor lets you do. Maker 2 obviously has tons of options that were not possible in Maker 1, not just in terms of the course elements, but also in terms of things like the scroll stop particularly, and a lot of the camera control that is possible using a combination of scroll stop and the custom scroll and auto scroll tech. Stuff like that, and stuff like a lot of the original elements like icicles, claws, etc., this really defines Maker 2. And also the fact that it's just very friendly to the kind of, I guess, diversity of platforming design that we see here all the time. Maker 1, because of things like the costumes and because of a lot of decorative flexibility, from the way that you could use pipes or center elements or stack elements on top of each other. Like, there's a lot more flexibility when it comes to making pipes and semi-solids overlap in very creative patterns, for instance. Despite having fewer mechanical options, it often feels like it has a much more flexible, creative palette. And it's very clear to me that a lot of people who were interested in Mario Maker 1 for kind of thematic reasons, where they would have this very memorable hook, or a level that might play out as something fairly plain, but which has like a really interesting narrative behind it, or just a very remarkable flavor. Like, a lot of interest from that side of the community kind of evaporated in Maker 2 very quickly, I think. Because the quality of platforming in Maker 2 in some ways is so much better. But even when you look at high-quality platforming levels, a lot of them do kind of blur together and look the same or feel the same in the long run. And once again, like I said, part of that is community dynamics. It's not just about the game mechanics, but the differences really do make Maker 1 and Maker 2 kind of feel like totally different scenes with their own respective strengths. And that's the best way I can describe it. I'll catch up on what the chat has to say in just a moment. I'm just trying to land these jumps here. No, I still overshoot that column every time. I'm just not pulling back towards it accurately. I honestly don't know much about Maker 1 on 3DS, apart from the fact that Mang was born there. I know there was a Nintendo campaign on it, like a Nintendo-made campaign on it, that is apparently pretty interesting. There's one speedrunner, I don't remember their name, but there's one speedrunner who specializes in a lot of that 3DS stuff specifically, like NSMB2 and Mario Maker DS and stuff like that. I don't remember what their name is, but that's how I've kind of been exposed to some of that content before, because like it is somebody who is like a record holder on Mario Maker 3DS in terms of the official Nintendo content. But yeah, as someone with a Wii U, there was not much of a point in paying attention to Mario Maker 3DS, I think. And yeah, like we were talking about earlier in the stream when Quality Humor sent me that one level that had the two-way trampoline mechanism. there are some pretty major rule set and physics changes between Maker 1 and 2 when it comes to things like how do things interact with a sideways spring when it collides on the same column, for instance. Or the different things that happen with stacking logic in terms of how stacks preserve momentum when you have bunchers coming out of pipes, for instance. And so what Electrodude is saying about contraptions in Mario Maker 1 is a corrected way, that there was a lot of stuff in Maker 1 discovered all the way until the launch of Maker 2 that is not possible in the same form in Maker 2, simply because the engine is radically different in some respects. Like, even a way that you send shells out of question blocks, for instance, in this game is, like, you know, when you build things like shell launchers and such, you can't build them the same way. I'm not saying that one is better than the other or anything like that, it's just that you have to realize that Maker 1 tech and Maker 2 tech are fundamentally different things. And that obviously the people who had spent years mastering Maker 1 tech definitely miss a lot of the stuff that they lost. Because not all of that could be recreated. And some of it, if you tried recreating it, was deleted by Nintendo in Maker 2. Which is one of the issues. I think that probably the biggest threat to the longevity of this game is that a lot of the best discoveries were not just aggressively patched out, if they were at all, but that the levels themselves get nuked by Nintendo. Instead of just, you know, depending on version control that they already have for patches that could sort things out by itself. But it's a huge problem for this game because there's a lot of stuff here in terms of mechanical possibilities that basically was kind of cut off before it had time to develop. Like the... I mean, since Supernova is here, we can talk about that diagonal muncher push with the diagonal thwomp level that was nuked a while back. Like, that's the kind of stuff that if you see a lot of the levels that survive in Maker 1, there's a ton of stuff that feels like that, right? Like, it's the same kind of interaction as the diagonal thwomp trick, except the difference is that here, in Maker 2, Nintendo decided not to leave it up. Whoops. Terminator, yes, I think that, in spite of the fact that I think Maker 2 had so much turnover that it didn't really kind of grow the audience over a long tail as much as they would have liked, considering the install base of the Switch. I think it is going to be something that returns regularly, you know, more or less once a generation. You have to realize that Mario Maker is still a lot bigger than most Nintendo series. And that the main thing was that it just didn't see the kind of explosive growth from the Wii U to the Switch that most of the other Nintendo properties did. And I don't think it's because Mario Maker lacks room for growth. I think to a certain extent, yeah, there are people who played Maker 1 and decided, okay, this kind of experience isn't for me, I'm not actually interested in making or sharing levels, let's never look at this again. Sure, there's a certain amount of that. But I think it's actually more that, like, Mario Maker 2 kind of very quickly brought in and saturated the audience that it was going to get, while at the same time losing people from the first game. And a lot of other Nintendo series weren't burdened with that so much. Like, you didn't see Smash losing people from Smash 4, for instance, because Ultimate is just kind of a strict superset of Smash 4 in so many ways. But yeah, no, there's going to be a Maker 3. I just don't think it's going to be... Well, it actually depends very much on what Nintendo's strategy is for their successor series to... their successor system to the Switch, rather. I think there's a lot of expectation that the next console transition is going to be gentler than usual in terms of things like backwards compatibility and existing software carrying forwards. If that's the case, I would think that Maker 3 is actually further away than it would be otherwise on a brand new system. On the other hand, the fact that Splatoon 3 is happening kind of tells you that maybe a lot of our strategic assumptions about Nintendo and sequels is in flux and changing. I'm still overshooting this jump. Oh, and Maker 1 was so obviously made with the gamepad in mind. It was meant to be a game that kind of demonstrated gamepad in an attempt to, you know, rescue the Wii U. And it used the gamepad wonderfully. I think that there are a lot of things about the interface to Maker 2 that still feel like an accommodation. Like, to this day, in spite of the fact that I've played so much more Maker 2 than Maker 1, I'm still not used to the control scheme for copy, erase, multi-grab. Like, it's actually so much more sensible in Maker 1 than the kind of toggling system they have here in the editor now. So... Oops, still doing the same thing. Here's the thing about that second Buzzy. I know I'm supposed to do a relatively short bounce so I can survive the icicle. If the bounce is too short, I don't have room to adjust backwards and pull it back towards the shell, and that's the issue. I do know what I'm supposed to do there. I just haven't found the right kind of height to make it happen. But yeah, I think it's fairly clear at this point that, you know, one of the reasons that we're not getting updates for this game anymore is that a lot of stuff is kind of being saved for the next big release when it does eventually come. It's not going to come this console generation, but I think by the time you get a Switch successor, then we'll have something to look at. Electrodude, rumors of Splatoon 3 in February? No, it's not going to happen. Absolutely not going to happen. Just sort of understanding Nintendo's promotional cycle, and even when they do things on short notice for Nintendo would be something like, you know, 3 months out. And they usually only do one big first-party retail scale release a month, if they can help it. And I guess technically February might seem clear in that respect, because what, like, you have Kirby in March and Advance Wars in April. But no, I think Splatoon is May at the very, very earliest. And even that would seem like it's coming pretty soon. Let's acknowledge the raid in just a moment when I have my hands free. It's going to be Adelia Sunshine having a really great night with a big audience, by the looks of it. Adelia Sunshine, I hope you're doing well. I'll give you a shout out right now. Eileen Dread, welcome as well. Oh, playing Super Mario World today. Okay, I see. Yeah, let me know if it's a particular ROM hack you've been working on or anything else going on over there. But it is good to catch you here. And welcome everybody new as well. I am well past closing today. We're actually just finishing up a level I didn't get to finish in viewer levels earlier. Because it took too long. So this is the last thing I'm doing, but it might take me a while still. And we're having a great conversation about video games in general anyway, because this is the kind of level that is easy to talk over. So I hope you had a great stream over on your side, and that everybody is doing well. You were playing Quickie World 1, I see. I've had that recommended to me many times as the Kaizo hack entry point. Like I've often said, I was just about to start getting into Kaizo hacks in early 2020 when the big patch for Mario Maker came out and distracted me completely. And I've not found the opportunity to get back into the ROM hack scene since. I was cranking that jump as far to the right as it possibly could. I just did not have the momentum to make it. But that was pretty much the ending. Yeah, so for those new here, this is a fairly typical viewer level time slot for me on weekends. We've also been running tons of Mario Maker 1 lately during the week. Currently going through 2 YMM, 2 Years of Mario Maker, on the weekday streams. Okay, up we go. And yeah, I was pretty confident that was the end. It kind of matches the ending of the first segment before Checkpoint. Same kind of concept with a few adjustments. And so yeah, I'm doing alright over here. We've had the opportunity to run a nice lengthy stream without too many issues after having some problems earlier in the week with things being brought down all of a sudden. And it's been fun. Saw some great levels today, as always. But yeah, this is going to be our closer today, but maybe we'll stay just long enough for people who have come over the raid to feel satisfied about our destination. Whoop, here we go. And thank you for the follow. Okay, let's move on up. I'm gonna be a little OCD about grabbing all of these coins. Whoops. Yeah, Zelda King, if I feel like 2 hours over my intended limit is not enough, you're always happy to drop a 90-minute troll. You should warn me about that earlier. I might have tried to accommodate it. Probably not today. Merlin, If you have a short one after this, since I didn't manage to get you in, maybe we'll do that. It depends on how quickly I finish this one up. Because, Merlin, I know that since I moved my start time up in 2022, that a lot of my European regulars sometimes can't make it to my queue before closing, so I'm happy to accommodate you if I can. Today I can actually stay a bit long. Usually I can't quite go this far over. Fuya, what's the time in Canada? I have no idea. It's December 1941 in Casablanca. What time is it in New York? And the answer to that is my watch has stopped. Terminator, we'll see. I mean, I can't quite bring in everybody, and it depends on how quickly I finish this one. Because I already kind of did a soft reopening of the queue once. Supernova, December 16th, 1991. Did something important happen? I'm trying to remember. December the 16th, isn't that like Beethoven's birthday? Not in 1991, obviously. I'm talking about like 1770. I think I have that buried way in the back of my brain because it was frequently referred to in Charles Schultz's Peanuts comics. Which would celebrate Beethoven's birthday. Yeah, Terminator, if you're telling me that something is short, like it depends on how short. If it's really short, then as with, you know, something quick and traditional like what Merlin is describing, maybe I can take it. Probably nothing more substantial than that, though. Like, it would have to be something really quick. Supernova, I actually did see Civil War when it was first in cinemas. But there's no way I would have remembered that as the specific date of that incident. Okay, down we go. As much as I make fun of Supernova for his love of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, I actually do quite enjoy the Captain America films. But I've always been very fond of the kind of 1940 New York World's Fair retro-futurist design, which is all over the first film. It's kind of a design era that holds a special fascination for me. And of course, they weren't really coy about that at all. In the first Captain America film, they just directly put the 1940 New York World's Fair front and center in it. You know, just so there's no doubt. But of course, it's been something that's been emulated in a lot of different properties before. Anyway, down we go. Whoops. A little too far to the left. 91 wrote Paul McCartney, push it to the limit for Salvador Dali. You're saying. Oh, okay, it took me a moment to parse that. Yeah, that's a little after the era of Paul McCartney that I would know. A lot of things eventually lead back to Salvador Dali, though. You know, Dali actually made this beautiful series of illustrated plates for a particular edition of Alice in Wonderland that I had seen in a gallery probably about a dozen years ago, but which I believe was actually finally reprinted. Like, it used to be this extremely rare collector's item, the Dali Alice. You know, because he's just an artist who you would think is just a very natural and unique fit for the material. And of course, there was that film that he did with Walt Disney, Destino, that was finally finished in the 2000s. And also the segments that Dali designed for Alfred Hitchcock's psychoanalysis thriller, Spellbound, with Ingrid Bergman and Gregory Peck, if I recall. Yeah, very interesting. One of the really influential dream sequences in cinema. But yeah, Dali's fingerprints are just all over the place, like, regardless of which medium you're working in. And you see, now I'm trying to rack my brain to see like where you could see Dali's influence show up in video games. I'm trying to think of a good example. Actually, it reminds me, so the one time you kind of see the human world in Grim Fandango, when the main character in Grim Fandango, who's the kind of Grim Reaper, he collects souls from this poisoning in a restaurant. There's a particular way in which the human world is depicted entirely with these surrealist representations of human faces. This kind of this great little comedic moment in the game. I mean, I don't know if that's like sort of Dali-esque specifically, but there's definitely a deep surrealist undercurrent there. Adelia Sunshine, is 5 a.m. for you and you need to sleep? Yeah, no worries. Thank you for dropping by and bringing such a huge raid anyway. And I hope to catch you on your end fairly soon. Supernova, you're saying only Dolly you know was your grandmother's dog, and the only Spellbound you know is an AC/DC song. You see, there's another film called Spellbound that is actually a documentary about spelling bees, first of all. And now I'm trying to think about that like particular film. There is a film where Adrian Brody plays Salvador Dali and sort of introduces himself with his twirl of the mustache and says, Dali, Dali. I'm trying to remember which film that was, because at this point I actually can't call. Just remember that it was Adrian Brody in the part. I have a lot of data like that in the back of my mind, and not a very elegant way of indexing it. And yeah, Hylian Dread, I did see that you were running viewer levels at very unusual hours for you earlier. You get some sleep as well. Always a pleasure to see you come by and to drop by at yours as well. Oh boy, Cowboy, was it Midnight in Paris? I think it's a film that predated that for some reason, but you might be right. I feel like it was an older film than Midnight in Paris, but I might have mixed it up with something else. Actually, no, I think you're right. You're right. Trying to think back to the context of that scene. And oh boy, Cowboy, you Googled the answer? Yeah. I think I can visualize that scene in the film now and distantly reconstruct its context. Okay, down we go. Oops. You love Brody, you love art and stuff. Have you seen The French Dispatch? The new film by Wes Anderson, because Adrien Brody plays very much an art world character in that film. And so, judging by your description of the kind of stuff you're looking for, that is definitely worth your time. Very rewarding to see in the cinema if you can manage it, in fact. I'm very glad I did during one of the periods in which that opportunity was available to me. In these difficult conditions for film going. But I generally find that with films by people who have this very meticulous ensemble composition like Wes Anderson, where they really kind of reward the big screen experience because there's just so much you can look at. So many places for your eyes to go. We've been getting here a lot more often lately to this Icicle segment. It's been clearly improving. Yeah, Terminator, like I said, no guarantees yet, but if you found a short level, hopefully we can cram it in. It really depends on how quickly I finish this one and how energetic I feel at the end of it. And we'll also do Merlin's first because he asked first. Since we're kind of doing casual secondary queue at this point, so. But since I actually am able to stay for a long stream today, we'll try to be accommodating. Okay, up we go. You thought of a ridiculously funny idea earlier. You always see chat asking streamers, you ever get a viewer level that says hi to you? I have actually gotten a level that says hi to me, I'm pretty sure, like in terms of a bit of text at the beginning. But anyway, you're saying you think a funny stream would be to go around and be like, hello viewer to anyone who sees them in public. I'm trying to understand the concept. Oh, okay, I see. You ever get a viewer that says hi to you? Yeah. For some reason I read that as like a viewer level, but that's just what's on my brain right now. Okay, over here. I mean, clearly all of you folks watching my stream have all the information you need to recognize me on the street. You should have no trouble with that whatsoever. Just look for the fellow who keeps stomping on moles. My voice is peanut butter, but is it crunchy peanut butter or is it smooth? And what does that mean for all the people here with peanut allergies? If applicable. Terminator, how do I pronounce my name? I'm very carefully evasive about that because it's hilarious to watch other streamers try. But I accept either Quixotic or Quixotic after Don Quixote de la Mancha, because both of those are in common enough usage in English that you actually do see both pronunciations cited in various dictionaries. And the letter N is just a letter N. It used to stand for something. Now it's just been truncated into a sufficiently large N. Can you call me Joe? I mean, you can certainly try. I can't tell you what not to do. You rage quit your on-off Kaizo level at next GM after 80 minutes of clear checking. Well, I guess it doesn't bode well for my future prospects with your on-off Kaizo level. Now, past a certain point, it just kind of becomes almost automatic. Nope. That jump is still causing me trouble. N for Nario? Not exactly. Wouldn't say. Terminator, gaming is almost like playing an instrument. It totally is. I've always thought that, you know, you have so many people who are trying to compare video games to film or something all the time and take very quasi-cinematic approaches to narrative or just thinking about delivering visual information to the viewer. And I've always felt that that kind of perspective doesn't quite capture how much of video gaming is actually kind of about performance. It is much more like performing on an instrument where, you know, a lot of people will do it casually. Some people will do it at an extremely highly skilled level, and there's a certain value to that as a spectator experience when you do see that, and that people at varying levels can be entertaining about it, but they also kind of find their own way into the work, right? Like you're kind of interacting with a given piece of work, with a given game, like you do with a piece of music or with a score, where you interpret it given your own experience and you bring it to life. And it's the act of performance that kind of makes it real and also makes it very personal. And I've always thought that the conversation about video games, as much as I love stuff like cinema, is way too dominated by people trying to emulate things like cinema rather than thinking about things like performance. Things like not just music, but also other forms of performance art and live theater and other things like that. Now, if I don't get this soon, I may actually be too tired at the end to take more, but like I said, we'll see. I've gotten really close several times already. The parts that were going badly earlier are going a lot better. Whoops. What a slip-up. Yeah, in Inkydom, obviously there's a lot of stuff in video games that doesn't quite analogize to anything else, and which I think people are still trying to find a vocabulary for in many ways. And there have been a lot of efforts to do that. Definitely a lot of work in the field at all levels. Some of it academic, some of it popular, some of it just coming out of player communities like ours. But it's definitely still something very emergent, I think, because most people's thinking about it is still very tied down in analogy and trying to figure out how to talk about video games in terms that we already have from elsewhere. And that's one of the reasons I enjoy sort of digging into things like level design in games like Mario Maker, where, you know, all of us are thinking about level design all the time. That level design is really its own thing, right? Like, you're interacting with it in a way that's different from, say, architecture. And you can still learn a lot of lessons from architecture in terms of how you're presenting information and inviting people to interact with it and leading their movements towards certain things, but fundamentally, level design still kind of is its own beast that requires its own terminology. If you ever look into the development of Disneyland, one of the first things you learn is that Walt Disney, being a filmmaker, was really serious about following cinematic principles in designing the architecture of the entrance to Main Street USA, where, like, he was kind of thinking about it as something that you would remember like a film. where you would kind of have the establishing shot. This very wide open panorama of the entrance to the street, and then it would kind of narrow your focus down to the shops, and then it would kind of open up again and branch out to the various Disneyland zones. And so it was kind of just reasoning by analogy, but it's also something I think that informs a lot of environment design in video games. That, like, in spite of having an interactive space, and in spite of having one that can be very wide open, even in an open world context, especially in a game like Breath of the Wild, which does this very well, the designers are constantly thinking about, like, what are players likely to notice and what kind of visual images are they likely to retain. Where you go into Breath of the Wild, for instance, and you kind of pan the camera one way and you see the dueling peaks, and then it totally registers in your memory that, okay, that thing over there, that's the dueling peaks, right? And yeah, next GM, I'm seeing your message about the jump. It's kind of bad planning on my part, to be honest. You're telling me I should have time to perform a small or mid-jump to get my momentum to be neutral. Yeah, I'm still kind of finding the sweet spot for that, basically. And yeah, Inky Dumb, I think it's very true that you just have to draw on such a vast skill set. Like, when you hear about some people doing some of the one-man games that have nevertheless become really big hits, things like Undertale or Stardew Valley and such, like, the breadth of the skill set is very apparent to me. You know, with something like Undertale, for instance, I could tell just from playing it that Toby Fox had a very strong background as a composer, and indeed he was. Like, that was his actual background as a student. He was like a music composition student or something while he was working on Undertale. And I could kind of tell that from the way he wrote the music, which was kind of interesting in its own way. Also, really glad to see so many of you finally deciding to dump your points on highlighted messages, because I've been putting off giving you actual point rewards for the past year or so. I keep meaning to expand the point rewards, and I just never get around to doing it because I've had so much going on off-stream. Yeah, Fuya, I think there are definitely things that you still can do as a solo artist. But it can be very expensive and it takes a long time. And there are certainly some things that are going to be beyond the scope of what you are capable of if you choose to work that way. Despite the relevant tools becoming ever more accessible. Okay, kind of slipping up here. And Electrodude is actually very useful to me to have that data point. So if I create a new point reward that's supposed to be super rare, I don't just make it so cheap that you can buy it 5 or 6 times over. Thank you so much, Next GM, for the gift sub. Do enjoy that, Electrodude. Much appreciated. Even though Electrodude hasn't queued too many of his own levels here ever since I got stuck on his remaining Kaizos. I think that one Kaizo level from Electrodude that I beat last year, which is not even that hard by Kaizo standards, but was quite hard for me, might still be the record holder for the most amount of stream time I've spent on one level. Not that I've measured it, but it's fairly likely. There are some levels that would probably chase that if I wanted to work on them. Like, there are some that I still want to finish on stream eventually that will likely take even longer. Yeah. Here we go. And yeah, kind of burnt out for a while. No, that's typical for this time of year, I think. Especially for people coming from the YMM projects. Everybody needs a bit of time off. Actually, a lot of the puzzle makers have been absolutely on fire lately. But they've had a lot to incentivize that in the way of, you know, community activities like contests and such. And for people who don't have that, very understandable to take a break. I missed the throw. That was not what I expected. And yeah, Electrodude, that's kind of understandable as well, that, you know, sometimes you just need a little time to play some other things and see if you need to recharge some ideas. I found going back to Maker 1 to be really interesting in a way, because Maker 1 has kind of given me more of a push to get back into making in this game than actually playing Maker 2. Because sometimes you sort of need to get into the habit of thinking outside the box again. Merlin, you just keep building traditionals in Silent Dark. Well, I mean, you almost have that whole second superworld. So you've clearly been making a ton of progress. Whoops. And here we go. And Fuya Fuya, yeah, no, I totally understand that from a sort of cultural perspective. I feel like I played Cave's story much too late to properly appreciate it. Like, I know it made a huge impact back in 2004, but I played it years later and it didn't make much of an impression on me. Probably because, you know, if it's taken outside of that context, you don't realize how rare a thing it was in 2004 to have an independent game on that scale and in that style. We keep getting raids today, in spite of the fact that I tell people that I'm winding down. But thank you so much, Reebox, for bringing in a huge party. We've been stuck in this level for too long, in spite of the fact that we're dying to simple things that should be easily beatable. Been on this thing for like 2 hours. It's not even that hard, that's the thing. And that's the thing that keeps me playing. Yeah, Reebox sending a raid over here for once. Hope your stream went well. And welcome to all the new people. I am very much closed. We might take 1 or 2 levels at the end from people who asked me personally earlier, but so we'll see how much longer we run to just kind of keep things going while we've got a decent viewer base. Yeah, Reebox, no, I played all the other levels in a queue and then I came back to this one. So don't worry, I have not actually been on this for the past 5 hours or something. Yeah, next GM, there's often going to be a level like that where it just dominates the stream. It's been a different one every week, a different person every week, but we've had a couple of levels like that recently. And I'm used to it by now. I just try to manage it in a way that isn't massively unfair to everybody else. Yeah, but it's nice to occasionally just work on a showpiece. Now that was a save. Yeah, after a save like that, you've got to finish the level, right? You can't possibly squander that. The level is working more as background noise at a conversation. That's exactly it, Luca. And after 66 minutes past checkpoint, we'd better wind down with a couple of small traditional pieces at the very end. Thank you so much, NextGM, for gifting that to Quality Humor, who I think will likely make very good use of it. And thank you so much for the GGs from everybody who has dropped in. Whether you just came in or have been hanging around for much longer, I am going to reopen briefly only to the people that I promised earlier, who are Merlin and Terminator, who told me they would send me things that are short. So this is a kind of epilogue reopening, and just to get you both in. And then I'm going to close up. Thank you so much for the clip as well, Terminator. I'm glad the clip actually came through properly as well. Let's punch this in. And if they're both short, yeah, I guess the order doesn't matter too much. Let's just take it as is. Give Terminator a sub next, technically. Living on the Edge has a baby with shell surfing. Now that's interesting. So for those who don't know, Terminator made these huge series of levels. One called Living on the Edge, where you just whack the Master Sword around the level the whole time. And one called Shell Surfing, where you surf on a shell. Let's see what it's like to have double the fun. Hylian Dread, I see, has captured the record on this one, as he often does, as one of this game's great champion speedrunners, at least on Twitch. And yeah, same kind of shell setup that we see in the introductory zones to some of the other levels, just to get the timing straightened out. Oh, it didn't actually need to do that. Or that, but that's okay, we'll just follow the sword. ice. Wait, what's going on here? This thing. I hit the bomb, and then it's telling me something with the arrows. To that point, though, fairly peaceful ride. Okay. Now let's, just let this punch through. We'll get ready for the arrow shot after all the icicles. And then what do I do with the bomb in the start? The bomb clearly needs to go there. I didn't see how to get it there. Let's oh, the bomb is just telling me that I need to prepare a bomb and throw it onto the conveyor belt. Okay, now I understand. Because I was thinking that there's no way for me to interact with that bomb. It's actually just telling me what to do with the Master Sword. And giving me a signal. Which I should have remembered from other levels in the series when it comes to the notational scheme. Yeah. That was too late. So there is a particular timing that you need for the star to go. And then afterwards you have to go down here and blast your way through. Oh, actually no, you get the big mushroom anyway, so... But you do need the Master Sword, and in order to get the Master Sword you need to have the P-switch activated such that... Okay, no, this is actually telling you no big mushroom. You have to avoid it. Okay. Because you should retain the Master Sword at that point from earlier. From not taking damage. And you need to avoid the big mushroom in order to get to the end. Now I understand. Oh, whoops. Wrong way. Fix the facing direction from time to time. Okay, let's do that. I actually should have jumped back towards the star there. And I would have had time to catch up, so that would have been the right idea, given that my bomb timing was slightly late. That would have been able to save it, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, I was beginning to think that about the key blocks. That's the intended timing. No, that's actually a little too early because I didn't throw far enough, basically. Landed on the conveyor a little too late. Needs to be a tighter throw. Yeah, we'll do the ride. From here, prepare to shot. That was the right idea. I needed a higher jump to jump towards that. And if I had pulled out the bombs at the P-block indicator, that would have detonated on a more cooperative schedule, but I'm just making a few little adjustments here and there. Just to accommodate little fluctuations in how we've been playing this. Nope. Have to actually make the throw, of course. Anyway, gonna ride this out. Grab the sword. And through we go. No. Terrible throw. Gotta lean into that throw instead of going straight up. Anyway, let's do this. Okay, that's more or less appropriate. Okay, no, you need to jump it and then let the shell bounce back, I think. I was thrown off by some kind of difference in how that worked last time. I was kind of staring at it and considering, should I tap the big mushroom with the sword? And I think it's clear I just need to jump over it. Okay, let's catch up to the shell. Whoops. No, need to jump over it. I should consider tapping the big mushroom, but then it would go through the one-way panels and cause trouble. So no, I should just jump over it and let it deflect backwards. I had to decide what to do with it. Anyway, we'll just ride it out. Once again. We'll grab both stars this time. Just for a bit of extra punch. Not quite. Maybe I should just be batting that mushroom repeatedly. But then the arrow shot's gonna be a pain to do on the other side. Yeah, I kind of like the semi-solid paneling on the top half to kind of make a distinct dark zone for the Master Sword to travel. I remember when I was first playing Terminator's levels in a stream, like way back in early 2020, a lot of them, especially with those one-way panels, had this very purely functional look to them, so they've actually kind of become much more visually clear over time. I do need to jump that, it's just that I haven't figured out the spacing for it. Possibly I need to take advantage of the fact that the star is still active at that point. And just need to jump over to the other side or something while the star is still up and running. Whoops. And yeah, Merlin, I remember that too, because the World 1 in your first Super World was that plant world that used that all over the place. some of you old timers who have been watching me for almost 2 years. Notwithstanding the time that I took away from Twitch, of course. Okay, that was a near miss, but we got it. No, it's not it. No, the arrow tells me jump. It's a jump. That's what it is. And I need to get the arrow shot. And then go through the door, and we'll see if there's going to be some kind of sword check on the other side. Oh, Merlin, there's definitely a place for kind of hard traditional that still feels like traditional. Wow, it's way too late on a bomb. The intended method, Terminator is telling me, is... Hang on, let me jump over this stuff first and I'll read that. Dropping a shell after the spikes. We'll see about that. I'm looking at that set of one-way panels and wondering how this is going to work. Yeah, because if you kind of jump at the arrow a little later than I've been doing, then you're able to catch the shell on the other side. I just didn't have the timing down because I hadn't been paying attention to the arrow on my way over. Oops. Oops, no, hang on. Wrong button. But yeah, maybe the way I'm hanging back is leading to some camera differences when it comes to when objects like the big mushroom are spawning in, since my timing is just slightly misaligned with the shell. Like, could potentially have a difference in spawn timing here. Okay, that actually would have given me enough time to jump, but I think maybe there is some inconsistency in when the big mushroom is being loaded, depending on how far back I'm hanging relative to the shell in that part where the shell is cutting through the piranha plants. I should probably get directly back onto the shell at that point as soon as possible, just to make sure that I get a consistent spacing for when all of that becomes available. Whoops, got bumped. Anyway, let's make it through this. Oh, whoops. Didn't want to kill the shell. Archer boy, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. Now let's grab this, punch this. Let's not kill the shell, let's keep pace with it though. Yeah, I think the fact that I'm not riding on a shell at that point means that the mushroom is loading later than it's supposed to. Because I'm behind a shell at that point, right? So the camera is behind what you've intended. I see what you mean about dropping back into the shell after the arrow and the spike run. Because if you're not on the shell, then the big mushroom spawns in a way that is actually going to obstruct me, because it's not going to go far enough towards the one-way panel and bounce back in time for me to do anything with it, so... It wasn't quite obvious to me because of the fact that I had the star, and therefore wasn't really strictly required to get back on the shell. Nope. But that's just one little quirk of this level that we need to work around. Now right now, if I'm trailing the shell as it goes towards the plants, the timing simply doesn't work. Now, which is unfortunate because you don't really find out about that until you get to the end. Nope. Totally blew that throw. Okay, through we go. Yeah, same idea as before. We'll just try to drop into the shell as soon as possible, which is why the bomb timing here actually does matter. And nope, I didn't want to hit the bumper. I wanted to jump past that. But yeah, if you get ahead of the shell, then you have a really good chance of doing that. The whole time I've been playing behind the shell, and that was a big issue. I don't know, given that you are required to have the star in that segment, if there is an elegant way to design that in such a way that the player actually is forced back onto the shell, because otherwise it's not clear that that's the wrong thing to do. It's not clear that keeping the star and running around with it is the wrong thing to do. But I wonder what the alternatives could be, given that the shell ride, naturally depends on. You know, having some kind of surface to stand on that the star is also going to survive against. Okay, let's get over here. Oh no, way too late, way too late. Let's actually pull it out in a timely fashion. And we'll just ride this out once again. Steadily making our way over. Nope, still missing that jump. Very simple jump, I'm just trying to avoid the bumper, and I just didn't get enough momentum back afterwards to do what I was trying to do. Yeah, pretty generous margin on that shot. Nope, behind. But if I run ahead a little bit, this might work. Yeah, if you run ahead, it actually is fine, because the earlier you spawn a mushroom, the more of an opportunity you have to jump. Roger Boy, you missed one puzzle. This wasn't really a big puzzle night, but we did spend a good chunk of time on playtesting one earlier that was 1 screen wide and 2 screens tall. Yeah, otherwise not really too much of a puzzle day today, compared to what we often get. Did I spawn in early enough? I might not have. There we go. Yeah, sure, we'll take all of that. And the flag. And I'll just miss the flagpole in style. Thank you for the GG. So yeah, that's a fun one. Terminator. Really pretty interesting. It does feel a little bit awkward, that thing with the big mushroom I pointed out, where it is kind of dependent on camera timing in a way that's not obvious, but once we got a sense of what to do with it, I think it came together pretty quickly, so thank you for that. Double the fun, indeed. Okay, last level today is going to be from Merlin. 3 big coins and hidden M as usual for your traditional creations, so let's take a look and try to keep that in mind. "5-1 Big Jungle Way," very fresh upload. Look at the door in the thumbnail. Do I see a door in the thumbnail? I don't know that I do. Because I'm trying to spot this thing, and it seems very well camouflaged. Zoom in on it? Yeah, I'm not using the controller that will let me do that right now. But you can tell me about it afterwards if we don't see it inside the level. Oh, it's an open door. Okay, I didn't know this trick. The Abaddon's trick. Yeah, no, I didn't know about this. There's a mini Mario. Curious. I might have to take a look at that again afterwards, but thanks for letting me know about that anyhow. Okay, that's an interesting way of disguising a power-up. I suppose this is the beginning of your giant land, in the spirit of Super Mario 3. Okay, explorable water section. Of course we're doing it eventually. First I want to see what's up here. Oh, it's a totem pole. Okay. Hang on. Trying to get that climb? I guess not. Can I get the Goomba to come here? Yes, I can. And here's the 10 coin. Pop this guy from above. Yeah, I'm not aware of the trick. I don't really know how well circulated some of that stuff is. But tech in this game spreads really quickly, so not surprising if people do come upon it independently. Of course we're going to check down here. Nope, nothing. Yeah, Roger Boy really does sell the giant theme when it comes to not only the 2x2 blocks everywhere, but also some of the enemy set. And also some of these giant obstacles like the totem poles. If I had the mushroom, I feel like I should have been able to reach that 30 coin. Since we failed to do that, I'll try to drive the Wiggler up there instead. Oh, come on. Needed to stomp it. Whoops. That's okay, we're past checkpoint. We'll be able to have another crack at this. Or not. I actually want to stomp the Wiggler on its way over. And then we bounce it. Very satisfying to do that, actually. There we go. Okay, the Wiggler has served its purpose. Well, let's check down here, although I know at this point that the water level in this zone is kind of too low to conceal anything significant. The use of the tracks in designs like this are actually fairly subtle. Considering how much the tracks in Maker 2 tend to protrude, kind of exist on a separate layer by themselves. These actually blend in pretty well with the semi-solids in the background, which is surprising to me. One thing I had forgotten about Maker 1 until I returned to it recently is how well the tracks blend. That, like, the tracks actually fit their own style-specific color palettes. And I'd totally forgotten about that. It was not something that ever really registered with me visually in playing the first game, because back then you didn't really have anything to compare it to, so why would you notice it? And yeah, Kavik, they're still ugly as sin, but they're ugly as sin in a way that blends, right? I mean, a lot of this stuff that's very functional in Mario Maker, like that and the one-way panels, and of course the spikes, like a lot of them are pretty hideous. I always felt more style should have had style-specific elements like the jellyfish in SMB3 underwater. Anyway, let's head up here. Oh yeah, this was the door we were supposed to look for in the cover art, weren't we? I feel like there was something else that we could look at. If we can... I know this is going to be the top of this section anyway. I may have missed something already, secrets-wise, but... No, we can take a look. Oh, whoops. Okay, I probably should have remembered that was there, but it did feel a little blind going down. That's okay. We got the 30 coin already. I haven't seen the 50 coin. It might be in the next section. That's okay. Just being a little too fancy. Kavik, I was asked to judge the puzzle contest. I didn't know if I could commit the time to it. I hope you've been enjoying it so far. I actually really wanted to do it because I thought the tower escape concept that Grikowski was hosting sounded fantastic. But occasionally people send me some of those contest levels for early playtesting anyway, so I thought, okay, like, I'd rather take a bit of a lighter commitment this time and catch up to the puzzles later when I'm ready. And of course, I've had no time to actually build stuff lately, so... I hadn't really planned on building something for it. Oh, okay, I missed DM at the beginning. Okay, so it's just a 50 coin we're looking for at this stage. So yeah, Kavak, I hope you've been enjoying coming in as a judge, punishing everybody appropriately for their SD locks. But yeah, basically I had enough going on streaming-wise, and also in terms of my outside schedule, which has been kind of killing my streaming schedule lately, that I didn't know if I would be able to get through the Tower Escape submissions. But I really do want to catch up on them when I have the chance. Also nice to see a puzzle contest kind of break out of the one-screen mold after having done a few rounds of one-screens previously in the Burkowski and Friends series. But yeah, I think it is the most exciting thing happening in Maker 2 right now is the puzzle contests, for sure. In terms of there being a lot of enthusiasm about it among makers. And, okay, I was trying to race this over. Oh, I see. So it was for the yellow pipe at the end. Can I respawn into this section and redo it? I don't think I can. Because we dropped in where? Yes, I can. Let's respawn. I was wondering if the door was a drop because I wasn't paying attention, but nope. It's just located over those very decorative semi-solids. Whoops. Okay, we're making a total hash out of this. Let's go back and do it again after having, of course, spent all of the mushrooms in these blocks already. Okay, up we go. Okay, the lower path is the way to do it, though. I quite like that idea. Also notice the icicle rain effect being used very lightly in this level. Just in a very specific part of it to give you a bit of a sun shower. Come on. No, not even close. But yeah, it's going to be through the seesaws and across the wigglers, and then that's how you do it. But I just kind of lost track of my path that time around. Cool that I noticed the icicle rain. Yeah, I try to notice things like that, as you know by now. I mean, you know, you put in enough density to the decorations that I'm not going to catch everything interesting, but I try to make a note of it. There we go. Magnet pipe connection at the end as well. And a 50 coin, and this is the flagpole, so short and sweet. am I into visual novels or games that are just weird and difficult to categorize in general? I don't have a lot of experience with visual novels in the kind of sense that we know them from the very well-established Japanese genre. Games that are weird and difficult to categorize, though? Yeah, sure, I'm open-minded. We streamed a lot of offbeat indie games last year when I had a bit of time before 5 and 6xMM came out. And some of those were, you know, kind of more standard puzzle side-scroller type games, and some of them were definitely much more off the wall. And you've been playing a game that you think is fantastic but might be a tough sell. There was also an easy exit to the end. Yeah, Merlin, I saw that with a green pipe. But I knew as soon as I saw the P-switch dependent exit that I wanted to go for that path as well, because I thought it was likely the 50 coin would be there, and predictably it was. And it's a good sign in a traditional level when you can predict these things. That is going to be the last one for today. Kavik, I would love to hear about which game you're thinking of. I might not have time to talk very much about it live right now, though, because we are going to be winding down. Thank you so much for everybody who submitted today, and especially for the many raids that we received from West Second Gaming, Newt, Adelia Sunshine, and Reebox, who all decided to visit today because, as usual, I was running this stream way too long. And yeah, Kavik will catch up with you there on Discord. And hope everything is well with you too, with both the puzzles and with the content launch at Super Leap Day and everything else. Anyway, we'll send you on to somebody else. Thank you so much for watching. We'll find a suitable raid target, probably more Mario Maker. And we'll be back later this week, I hope, with more Mario Maker 1. I've had some technical issues lately, so I might be streaming less, but we're still working our way through 2YMM, and the levels have been excellent, so please come by for that. And possibly some other things that we can fit them in, so. And thank you so much for newcomers like Fuya. Great to catch you here, and we'll see you again soon. So, have a great time, everybody. Have a great weekend ahead of you. Enjoy our next destination that's going to come up shortly. And as always, fare thee well.